Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 24 of Lost Judgment. We expect this to be the majority of the finale to the main story. So just in case you have come in here and said, oh, let me just see what a little bit of mid-game Lost Judgment is like. Nope, this is the tail end. And we talked a little bit about, setting up for this episode. Did we want to do a big story recap of the case so far? Hello to Markintosh. Boy, you are first in line. It's wonderful to see you here. No, rather than doing a big story recap, I have a feeling that the finale itself is going to be a recap of the case. So rather than hashing it out all here, we'll probably have a chance to demonstrate in court how well we understand the proceedings. So let's go ahead and jump right back in. Wow, 70 hours almost on the dot. Look at that. Yes, let's load this data. Now, I suspect this finale is going to take place across two separate parts, with today's episode being the goal of the main story, and then I expect that we will have an epilogue for a finale to the school stories, which we have not been able to wrap up, presumably due to main story progress. But that is enough of an intro. Let's go up here into the Liumang headquarters. Liumang hideout, I suppose. And they're not going to mind if I just grab this exquisite screw. They weren't using it for anything. And I'm sure we go somewhere from here. Nope, we don't get to go in there and get whatever that is. Markintosh was here for the title change and waiting for us to go live. Yep, just getting things prepped up.
Looks like the gang's all here.
Everyone but the star of the show.
That is next-level ass-kissing, Hoshino-kun.
A good ass kisser is a good communicator. Welcome back, Yagami-san.
Grab a seat, Tak. Nice. So you're really gonna stand in court again?
Just to give Sari-san some support.
Ah, I see. Does that mean I don't need to be present for Ahara-san's appeal?
Huh? How would I know? Isn't that more of a Sari-san question?
If Yagami's there, I don't see why you gotta be. You're on thin ice, Hoshino-kun. You still gonna have a job if you're redundant?
I have been plenty useful. At least a little.
Should a lawyer really have to say that? This guy is kind of a rookie, huh?
Ah,
Man, the gangster just put the lawyer on notice.
Well, that's all I got. How about you guys?
Better gather all the info everyone got in Ichincho and sort it all out. Alright, well, we'll start at the top. Where's Kawana?
So where's Kawana? Any word on where he's hiding?
Yeah, about that. We must have asked everyone in Ijincho, but we got nothing.
RK's out there looking for him too. They seem to think I've still got him under watch.
On the flip side, that means they still haven't found him either.
Well, yes, although that's not much consolation.
You think Kawana-san's still in one piece after the explosion?
Alive? Yes. Unharmed? I can't say. When I saw him, he was already making plans to disappear. But the real problem is what happens next. Now that he knows Reiko Kusamoto betrayed him, we don't know Kawana's next move.
I'd never let that slide if I were in his shoes. Maybe Kawana's thinking the same thing, you know? He spent all that time underground brooding and shit. Maybe he's really gonna stick it to Reiko Kusamoto.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Did Tessa record his lines inside of a closet or something? This sounds so weird. Okay, did you two meet with Ahara's wife? Oh, wow. Yeah, we've never even seen Ahara's wife that I remember.
Oshinoku, Higashi, you two met with Ahara's wife?
yeah, but we didn't gain much from it.
Turns out Ahara and his old lady don't really keep in touch. After her son took his life 4 years back, she refused to keep living under the same roof. Only reason she hasn't divorced him is because it's too much of a pain to process.
She's been living in that same apartment even when Toshiro-kun was still alive. She let us light some incense on his altar, but she was pretty vacant the whole time.
Did Ahara's battery charge come up at all?
She said she didn't care.
She didn't care her husband was out there groping women and killing bullies? Has she even seen Mikushiba's murder footage?
According to her, no.
Really? That's hard to believe.
Well, there's no easy way to put it, but it felt like she'd given up on everything.
Made for a pretty depressing trip, I'll tell you that.
So, I'm not kidding. When Yagami said battery charge, I was originally thinking of electronics and be like, wait, was there a piece of evidence about the charge on Ahara's phone that it didn't match up? It's like, no, assault and battery, legal charge. It took me a second there.
What's the word on RK coming down to Ijincho?
Everywhere you look, they're strutting around like they own the place. And they know our faces, too. They stare us down, but never get too close. It's fucking annoying.
Plus, they're acting like they're here to stay. They've been harassing the joints we have ties with.
Harassing how?
You know, shit like pretending to be normal customers and dying dashing or complaining to mess with business. Then another guy will come in and be like, need protection? And suddenly they're charging a fee.
That's some Yakuza shit right there.
Old shit, too. The Yakuza who pulls that today is out in one shot under the anti-gang laws.
And Soma? Is he still around town?
Nah, there's nothing on him. Even if he is, he probably went underground by now. And Soma isn't exactly a social butterfly like Akutsu. Finding him's gonna be a pain in the ass.
Especially if he has public security's help. Unless it's a life or death situation, I doubt he'll show his face.
There's 100% chance that we are going to have a showdown with Soma before the story is out. Also, Markintosh is asking, wait, battery charge, is he a synth? It would be, I would not put it beyond judgment to at some point include a storyline about some sort of Terminator.
That about wrap it up?
Seems so. As for me, I think I'll head out and see what I can find out about Kawana-san.
Same. I just hope he's okay.
Just because we haven't seen it yet doesn't mean that there aren't mandroids walking around.
Tsukumo-san and Sugiura-san do some impressive work.
Yeah. You don't hold a candle to them, Hoshino-kun.
Black belt in karate, and you never even use it.
Well, I'm just more of a behind-the-scenes kind of guy. Anyway, I'm heading back to Kamurocho. Enjoy yourself, Higashi-san.
They pointed that out in the first game also.
What about you, Tom?
Hold on.
Want to call it a night? Tesso said he'll let us stay if you do.
No skin off my back, really.
So, what'll it be?
No, we're ready to stay the night. Yeah, in the first game, they also made a point to make sure that the player knew that Hoshino-kun is a black belt, and I kept waiting for him to, like, get into a fight at some point, and it never came up. So the fact that they have now, once again, just dropped that into conversation makes me wonder if at some point before the end of the story, we will see Hoshino-kun throw down with somebody.
If I can really stay the night, I'll take him up on that.
To be honest, I'd be surprised if it did happen, but just everyone keep in mind, dude does know how to fight. No luck finding Kawana or Soma. Guess that means we're done in Ijincho then. Let's talk with people.
Get this, talk. Tesso asked me to fly the drone. Says it's the first time he's seen this place from above.
Seriously, it's pretty legit. I picked one up for myself.
Oh, but we can't talk to Tesso.
Yagami, I think I'll stick with Aniki and tag along. Guess that means I'm helping you guys out. Couldn't live with myself if I backed out now with a fish this big on the line.
I know I've said this before, I keep looking up the name of that voice actor, and I just never remember it.
Get this, talk.
Oh, okay.
Tesso asked me.
Okay, I didn't know if it was just going to be the same thing. Because, like, in Genda Law Firm, when... Wait, make preparations. What am I doing? Skills? No. Well, then again, hold on, I've got 13,000 points. Might be able to buy something in here. Let's upgrade your grip, Yagami. That'll be a real good use of our points here. No. I mean, you can get some of this stuff. Greatly increase your attack power. Effect ends when a certain amount of health is recovered. Sure, let's get some of these EX abilities. We get the dodge. What's this? Adamantine. Greatly decrease how easily you get knocked down. Sure, why not? And for the EX Burst Immortal, at low health to prevent dying. Effect ends when a certain amount of health is recovered or when you run out of charge. Okay, well, I don't have 20 grand, so we'll maybe save the rest. So, sorry, we're doing what now? Oops. Not items, tasks. I'll head over to Yokohama 99. Okay. Let me just set a course. There we go. Boo! I want to be able to, like, skateboard hop over vehicles. Or better yet, grind off of vehicles in a way that doesn't get Yagami in legal trouble.
Hey, Yagami-san. You handle everything in Ijincho?
I think so?
Things are... Wait. So actually, we got a similar warning when we were leaving Kamurocho, so maybe it's just like, hey, are you done? Oh! I'm wondering if this would be the opportunity that we could go to the school stories, but no, we're not doing it now. Is there anything left to do? So I don't have more stuff to do. I'm just going to save it.
I've still got some stuff.
Cool.
All right, let me just go here. We're going to go to save. And yeah, let's just lay down a new save point. It's fine. All right, so just in case.
Hey, Yagami.
Is there anything left to do? No, we're ready to go.
Really? Good, because Tsukumo-kun said he had something he wanted to show you. He's upstairs. You mind going to him?
Marketosh was asking if we investigated that squirrel on the wall. No. In fact, I didn't see it until you just said it right now.
Tsukumo-kun, Yagami-san's here.
Something up?
Yes, it's about the pendant Kawana-san gave you. Turns out, it was just a decoy after all.
Decoy? For what?
For what was inside. This. The cracks in the pendant were hiding an SD card. And on it was some video data.
Video data? Of what exactly?
It's the footage of Ihara murdering Hiro Mikoshiba. Just like we saw before. No additional scenes.
That doesn't make sense. Why would Kawana put his life on the line just to give me that? I mean, RK came after him and everything. And all for a video that's already all over the internet?
Yes, except the video on that card is the original. All the others were copies of this source. In layman's terms, this is the master tape. Or in film, it'd be the negative. With no additions or modifications of any kind.
What do you mean? And how do you know for sure?
So this SD card here is a special little thing. You can't usually buy it in stores. It's called a worm, or write once, read many. If you were to take a picture with a digital camera, the images saved on this SD card couldn't be edited or deleted. It's what forensics teams use when photographing crime scenes. Which means what we have here is unaltered footage of Mikoshiba's murder.
That means it would qualify as evidence in Ihara's appeal.
Yeah, I'd say you have room to negotiate with the prosecution and the judge. At the very least, it beats an internet copy with no origin.
Hey, think this'll be enough to win the trial?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But it does explain why Kawana-san took such a risk. The video on here is the sole original. That's why he'd only leave it in the hands of someone he trusted.
Yeah, Markintosh has a really good question that I was thinking as well. What would stop someone from, say, like we know that this is like actual footage, but if someone were inclined to digitally alter the footage, what would stop them from just opening up Light Show and doing all of their editing in there and then taking their finalized copy and copying that onto the card? Oh, look, here's the original. It's the earliest version that you know of, and it's on a write once, what was it? Read many card, so therefore it must be unaltered. Maybe there's something about this that it can only be written to by very specific protocols, but no, it seems like it's just anyway, it hasn't been edited since it's been copied onto the card. That's all I'm saying. And I think that Markintosh has the right of it there. So, the murder footage is on a worm card. Does Kawana want me to use this in court?
Kawana asked me to give this to Ahara.
Sure, but he had to know we'd turn it inside out first. Maybe it's Kawana-san's way of entrusting you with the evidence you need? After all, with public security after him, he may not live to see tomorrow. And seeing how he's on the run, he had to find a way to get that into Ahara-san's hands. Which I think is why he left it all up to you, Yagamishi.
And it's settled. It's about time I expose everyone involved in Mikoshiba's murder. Ahara, Kawana, and his students. That's the first step to luring public security out in the open.
And I believe the SD card will make that possible.
So hey, looks like almost getting blown up was worth it.
I guess so.
Hey, sorry to bug you.
Matsu? What are you doing here?
I was talking to the MRC guys earlier. They said you'd be at this detective agency.
Everything okay?
Well, Akane started hanging out with some shady guys. So I figured I should talk to Yagami-san about this.
Sounds like a tricky situation. Please, have a seat.
Akane's that girl you hung out with all the time, right?
She got along with Mikoshiba in the basketball club. She's a little cynical, and she bullied Kota-san. I was wondering what happened to the bullies. Like, I was sort of thinking about things that we might want to cover during sort of like the summation of the story. And the fact that the bullies just sort of like had a moment of self-realization and then exited the story, I'm glad to see that we're going to get something more with them.
So, want to tell me more about these shady guys?
They're these thugs from Tokyo. RK, they're called. They've been flirting with her.
Okay. What else?
They got her so comfortable she blurted out some stuff she probably shouldn't have. Stuff about you, Yagami-san.
Well, that's nothing I can't handle. But rolling with RK is bad news. She needs to stop. Their leaders are ex-Yakuza, you know.
I knew it. So they actually are dangerous then.
What's really going on?
They asked Akane which student you cared about the most.
What?
So she kinda blurted out Kota's name.
She did what?
Yeah, even Akane knew she messed up. So she called me right after. Yagami-san, you've been mixed up with RK, right? You think they might go after Kota?
Can you try to get in touch with her?
Actually, I haven't been able to.
What about Akane?
Oh, right. Let me try and call.
Hello, Matsune?
Akane, where are you right now?
The last place Mikoshiba-sensei was.
Huh?
I'm with RK. We're at the building where Mikoshiba-sensei's body was found.
Why?
Matsune, are you with Yagami already?
What? How do you know about that?
It's Yagami. Is Kota-san there too?
She is. Yagami-san! It's me, Kota! Please, help me!
This Yagami? Come on over and we'll play. You know the place, right?
Who is this?
Not important. Better hurry. Or else Koto-chan will have to entertain us. Know what I mean?
Hey! Stop it! No!
Don't! What the hell do you want?
Come down and find out. Oh, I'm sure this goes without saying, but if you go to the cops, these girls are as good as dead.
Do you guys even understand what you're doing right now?
Better hurry.
What's happening?
Matsu, you stay here. Tsukumo!
I'll contact Kaito-san and Higashi-san for help. And I'll fly my drone out to the scene, too.
Perfect. Counting on you.
Let's go, Yagami-san. Hurry up, or I'm leaving without you.
I can't move. I have to go to where Mikoshiba's body was found. Koto-san and possibly Akane are being held hostage there. Alright, so just to get our line up, we're going to just set that. Also, Markintosh has done the research and has discovered that... Oh, I can't skateboard. Worm cards are a real thing, but also, yeah, there would be nothing to stop you from copying something off onto your hard drive, doing whatever you wanted with it, and then modifying the footage afterwards. I have to assume that there's other corroborating evidence about the file, including like the date that it was created, the date that it was printed onto the card, that probably ties up with Yagami. Walk and talk,
What's
buddy.
up?
Yagami-shi, this is Tsukumo. My drones just arrived at the scene. Koda-san and Akane-san are with some men. About 20 of them.
Where's Kaito-san and Higashi?
I've contacted them. They're on their way now.
Good.
Yagami, even in Gears of War, they can walk and talk. I really would prefer not to get into a fight with those guys. I don't want to expend any health on things that aren't saving high schoolers.
Hey! He's here! It's Yagami!
Talk. This where those RK guys are holed up? He's Soma with them?
Nobody's had eyes on him yet. Just a sec. Tsukumo?
I've confirmed the enemy position, Yagami-shi. They have our 2 young hostages surrounded, so a head-on assault would be too dangerous. Naturally, I've already come up with some countermeasures we can run. Would you care to hear my plan?
You always come through, man. Okay then. Walk us through it.
Wow. Look who decided to show up. Too scared to come with all your little bodyguard buddies?
Not like you've got room to talk. How many shitheads does it take to watch these girls?
I never thought it would end up like this. You believe me, don't you?
Yeah. But we'll have to save the lecture for after all this is over. You'll be free soon. That goes for you too, Koda-san.
You so sure about that?
You kidnapped them to get to me? Well, here I am, so let's go.
We did lure you here, so we can beat your sorry ass to death.
Okay, then. So what was your plan? Throw all these guys at us as soon as we kick down the door?
We're smarter than that, you know.
Yeah. We knew you'd have some backup!
Here comes! Let's take out the trash! Yagami! Hands where I can see them! And same for you two!
Hey, calm down. I've got one more thing. I'm not a big fan of guns.
Huh? Shit! Up there!
Yokohama 99! The wicked shall be smited and retribution shall be swift!
You're dead!
Come on. Did you really think one gun was enough to take out a crew like us? If you did, you were wrong.
You two sit tight a little longer. But just to warn you, I'm gonna go hard on these guys. If you want to see some asses kicked, don't blink, okay?
Let's get going. I want him down before the smoke clears. Yeah. Come on!
Oh, we're done posturing? I also feel like we have to educate Sugiura a little bit on, like, dropping a gun on the ground doesn't render it inert. You probably want to take a couple more steps with it. Eject the clip. Ratchet out anything that's in the chamber. I'm playing all of this, by the way. I happen to be extremely good at the game. Oh, what the fuck happened? I didn't even see what. I did the Matrix leap, and he just got, like, knocked down. Okay, you have to stop that.
I shall assist you. We are ready to go.
I've tried to dodge, though. Ow! He did some sort of like a pin move to Yagami's hand. Okay, but Yagami, feel free to shake it off, though.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Okay, I have to have a snack. I will have a snack in mid-kick. Let's have this bento lunch set. I think I would probably down a couple of those.
I shall assist you.
Hello to Moo, who licks the tip of the pencil and take notes. Simply dropping a gun does not render inert. It's very helpful. If your house ever gets broken into, and you need to, wait, what's this? Yeah, take that.
Here we go.
Oops. This is like the most disrespectful option. He like takes the end of his rusty metal pipe and just like gouges it into the back of Yagami's hand. All right, I'm gonna have to have another snack here because just a hit or so and Yagami's gonna be down. So let's do a sushi set.
I shall assist you.
Well, does anybody know what... Okay, I can't move at all. Does anybody know what Tsukumo is doing when he says, I shall assist you? Is something happening when he does that? Oh, okay. This do a super damaging move every time you get knocked down ability is a really good pickup, because I get knocked down a whole bunch.
Let's go.
Okay.
We are ready to go.
All right. Oh, I think he's dropping the drinks. I think that's what's happening. I think that's where like the little sodas are coming from. This guy sucks. There's some kimchi ramen. No, I don't want to keep doing that move though. Oh, there we go.
We are ready to go.
Morgenstern was asking when did the cops arrive? They must have heard the gunshots. This is an abandoned building in like a sort of a less populous part of town.
Thanks.
You'd think the sound would carry, but...
Us. I'm so sorry.
No. I'm the one who got you into this. It's not your fault, it's RK's. But I'm next in line after them. Besides, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to.
Coda, I'm really sorry. It's all right. Well, I'm gonna head home.
Soma?
What?
You come back
Who?
here.
Connie,
Come
back!
Yes.
Huh?
Here all by yourself? What are you trying to pull?
Oh, I'm just here to talk. To be honest, Kuwano's put us in kind of a tight spot.
How so?
Well, he's got Kawai's body, Reiko Kusamoto's victim, hidden in a freezer, of all places. Been on ice for what, 5 years? You know about this, Yagami?
Yeah.
Problem is, he's planning to reveal its location on the internet. If that happens, Kusamoto-san will be ruined. No doubt her fingerprints and other traces are all over the damn corpse.
Yeah, but that's for the better. Means she won't have to listen to you.
Reiko Kusamoto is a capable woman who can swim with the tides. She's irreplaceable. It would be unfortunate to lose her over some lowlife she had to put down. She's on our side now, and she's accepted it.
So it's your duty to protect people like that?
I protect order, not people. Consider me a necessary evil.
Necessary evil?
That's right. If I hadn't gone undercover, the Tojo clan's ex-Yakuza would be spread all over by now. If that happened, we never would have been able to track their current activity. That's why I created the RK Network. To keep Kamurocho's underground under control. Much safer and less messy than wiping them out indiscriminately. But in the shadow of order, there's always a pair of dirty hands.
Right. Kuwana said something like that too.
But if there's one difference between the two of us, it's that I find my work enjoyable. It gives me purpose. When I dirty my hands, it's in the service of order. It goes back to a necessary evil to maintain peace in this country. In my eyes, peace does require violence. It only works when killers are below the surface, keeping it afloat.
Sawa-sensei too? Is that the peace you want?
Yoko Sawa? She did have to die. She almost connected the Mikoshiba case to Kuwano. She was getting very close to it. She may even have figured out Reiko Kusamoto was involved. The fewer people who know a secret, the better kept the secret stays. I don't remember even hesitating on that call. And I think that means... Well, you guys won't like hearing this, but it was justified.
You asshole!
Whoa, whoa. Don't fly off the handle now. I haven't finished what I had to say.
What the fuck?
Did I mention how much of a pain in the ass Kuwana made this? He negotiated for your lives, using Kawai's body as leverage over us.
What?
So relax, would you? I don't plan on killing you here.
Then why even show your sorry face?
The trial for Ehara-san is coming up, right? You know, the groping thing. I've come here with a request that I hope you'll consider.
This from you?
Reiko Kusamoto's name is not to come up during the Ehara trial. That shouldn't be so hard, right? Shirosaki-sensei would have to agree to this too.
And if we were to refuse?
Nothing. It's Kusumoto-san's request. She is asking nice.
What?
A mother doesn't want her child branded a murderer's son. Could you give her that much? And that's all. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
You think so, huh? Why put off what we can settle now? Soma! Akane!
Akane-chan! Why am I...
A paint gun? You okay?
That son of a...
Well, hell, that's gotta hurt. But a bruise sure beats the alternative, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I'd say he got us good with that one.
Yeah. But that was a terrible call. If Soma hadn't been packing a paint gun, that would have been really bad. You two are more important than him. I should have prioritized protecting you.
Yagami-san.
You've been brave. I'm sure this was really scary for you. We'll need to do things one step at a time, Kaito-san. We can't tackle it all at once. First thing, Ihara's groping appeal needs to become a murder trial that outs Kawana and his students. That way, if public security is our real enemy here, we'll have the prosecution and the courts on our side. That'll be on me. I'll reveal a truth no one can deny.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much your specialty. Send that asshole to jail for good.
You've got this, Yagami-san.
Whoa. This is crazy. Why is he so hot? Am I right?
Just a minute ago, she got shot. And now look at her.
Teenagers.
All right, well, so I'm gonna have to pause because there's been a very long cutscene here. Wait a month! What the hell? Okay, can I pause it here? Okay, just a quick pause to say hello to Panda, hello to Fox McCloud. Let me just see if anybody else is here. Moo is saying that her house was broken into, but the criminals ran away and did not bring a weapon that she could render inert by just sort of like casually tossing on the ground. I'm very, very glad that they were not armed, and would tend to agree with Grumpy that chasing after them, not chasing after them is probably the wiser choice, because they might take stuff, but we'd rather that they not take you. Still, I absolutely understand the instinct. You don't like it when people violate your space. You don't like it when they take from you and you want to get them back. So I do understand where you're coming from. Yeah, as Markintosh says, Emily-chan hasn't heard anything from Yagami in a month, and probably never will again. Yagami's way more into Emily-chan than I am. So yeah, I guess he spent a month getting ready for his case, and will continue her. But I just wanted to take a second to say hello to everybody, because usually want to let cutscenes play out. I hope everybody had a really good Tuesday.
Hello? Yeah, I'm getting ready now, Sari-san. Oversleep? I would never... Okay. Yeah. Alright, see you at the courthouse.
Okay, time for Ihara's appeal trial. Better take a cab to the courthouse. It also means that, I mean, Amasawa has basically just been sitting there in the basement for a month after asking Yagami to come back at noon. Doing pretty well,
Held
Panda.
on violation of Shinjuku Station's anti-nuisance ordinance. The defendant of this appeal is active duty officer Akihiro Ihara. He was previously convicted and sentenced to 6 months. However, the defense wholly rejects the sexual battery charge and asserts his innocence.
The prosecution points to two pieces of evidence to prove the defendant guilty. One is the security camera footage from Ikebukuro to Shinjuku Station. The other is fiber traces from the victim's undergarments on the defendant's hand. The defense maintains this was not sufficient evidence to issue a guilty verdict. We have prepared counter-arguments to each piece of the prosecution's evidence.
How does the prosecution respond?
We maintain the original sentence was perfectly adequate. That is all.
Then first, let's examine the security footage from Ikebukuro and Shinjuku Station submitted at the first trial. This is footage of Ikebukuro Station on October 7th at 7:43 a.m. The individual wearing sunglasses and a mask is believed to be the defendant. This person remains in the area for over an hour, watching as countless trains make their stops. At 9:06 a.m., he locates the victim of this case, then he boards the train and pursues her. This footage of the station platform is from when the suspect and victim board the train car.
We already saw this during the first trial. Let's not be redundant.
Of course not. The victim claimed the defendant moved in a suspicious manner once the train left Ikebukuro Station, ultimately placing his hand under her skirt. After they arrived at Shinjuku Station 6 minutes later, the victim gathered her courage and grabbed his hand. However, there's a possibility the offender seen here is not the defendant himself, but a different person entirely, a stand-in. The goal was to disguise this event as an alibi for the murder which occurred in Yokohama that same morning. In other words, this instance of sexual battery was a conspiratorial fabrication. The original verdict was issued without taking this into consideration, resulting in an inadequate trial.
Looks like Sari-san started the fire. The game has officially begun.
This is merely speculation. The defense has no proof to support these claims.
Precisely the issue.
Yes, there is indeed no definitive proof that confirms the existence of a stand-in. However, the notion itself cannot be disproved, even with all of the prosecution's evidence.
Would you care to elaborate, please?
The assailant fled the train and was caught shortly after on the Shinjuku Station platform. Many nearby passengers filmed the scene, which then circulated throughout Japan. The impact may have been greater since the defendant was an active duty officer. There's no mistake that the man apprehended at the platform was the defendant. Upon arrival, station police arrested him and immediately performed a trace element inspection. With that said, there's a very real possibility the offender who ran off the train was an entirely different person, and we have the evidence to prove that.
We have two offenders dressed just like Ehara. What evidence shows they swapped places after one of them ran? Well, so this would be the opportunity where they could have switched places. It's evidence showing that it's possible. I'm going to go with that, because the map seems to... Like, I know what I want to say. I do not know if Yagami will say it when I select this, but this would show that it is physically possible that they could have swapped places in a position where the cameras would not have seen.
If you'll kindly look at this.
What is this? Displayed on the large monitor, please. Is that a diagram of Shinjuku Station?
That's correct, Your Honor. First, the victim and the offender ran onto the platform as soon as the train doors opened. The train car they boarded is here on this map. We've marked the offender's route with an arrow. The lighter areas on the overhead view are within the security camera's line of sight. More people pass through Shinjuku than anywhere on Earth in a single day. It's packed with security cameras. However, this arrow with the dotted line reveals the existence of a small blind spot. That's where the defendant and stand-in swapped places.
I see. So you claim this was their opportunity?
Yes. As such, I'd like to question the defendant once more over this evidence.
Fox McCloud likes the look of the judge. Is it only the one judge this time?
Defendant, when you were issued the verdict in your first trial, you said the following to the judge. In a warehouse about 3 days ago, a body turned up in Yokohama. If that wasn't enough, you correctly identified the body as Hiro Mikoshiba, despite the fact the police had yet to do so. How did you manage to pull off such a feat?
It came to me in a dream. Strange, I know.
Mikoshiba-san was your son Toshiro-kun's classmate, was he not?
That's right.
Toshiro Ehara was found dead in his apartment 4 years ago. He took his own life. Afterward, the defendant sued the school over Toshiro-kun's suicide.
Yes?
Ehara-san, can you tell us why you sued the school?
There were rumors my son had been bullied. Unfortunately, the court wasn't able to substantiate that claim.
And these rumors were discovered on the internet?
They were.
Of the bullies mentioned, Mikoshiba-san's name was among them. Were you aware of this?
I was.
Would you say you harbored murderous intent against Mikoshiba-san?
Objection. The defense's question is irrelevant. This case is to examine whether or not sexual battery took place. Also, the Kanagawa police are actively investigating Hiro Mikoshiba's murder. The courtroom is no place for baseless speculation.
How does the defense respond?
The timing of the battery incident makes this case an alibi for Mikoshiba-san's murder. We believe there's a very relevant connection.
Very well. The prosecution's objection is overruled.
Please keep it brief.
Just as soon as the defendant answers the question. Did you harbor murderous intent for Hiro Mikoshiba?
Of course I did.
In other words, Your Honor, it goes like this. On the day Toshiro-kun's bully, Mikoshiba-san, was killed, the defendant set out to synchronize the murder with sexual battery. It became his alibi for the murder, and the prosecution and the court all but approved it. A 6-month sentence for sexual battery and getting away with murder. That's all the motivation the defendant needed to fabricate this elaborate scheme. His stand-in groped his accomplice, and then they swapped places before getting caught. It's all entirely possible.
Then the defense should present some evidence to prove it.
Wrong. That's not how this works, is it? The prosecution bears the burden of proof in criminal cases. If we go through all the evidence and discover the possibility no groping took place, then it's on the prosecution to refute that.
Fine. Have it your way. The defense's argument about the security camera's blind spot is flimsy at best. While the defendant was running, his female victim was chasing after him. Surely the victim would have seen if he had switched places with a stand-in. Yet the victim provided no such testimony.
The victim, Yui Mamiya, was an accomplice in the scheme.
Objection! This is an insult to the victim. Such claims harm the integrity of all women.
I'm glad somebody finally said that aloud. I've been sitting on that for a real long time. What do? I can't back down now. How do I prove Mamiya wasn't a victim, but part of a conspiracy? Right, in this fictional universe, Mamiya-chan, or Mamiya-san, lied about being sexually assaulted in order to assist with a crime. In the real world, that doesn't happen, and we've gone through a very long sequence of months and in years now about trying to promote believing women when they come forward with stories of with accounts of sexual battery, and not just assuming, oh, you have to provide more evidence, oh, you know, are you sure, and stuff like that. And the fact that this story has had as one of its central pins the fact that oh, well, here's a case where it did happen. In fiction, like, it makes for a compelling fictional story, and it has always bothered me that it kind of normalizes the idea that it's something that happens in real life, especially with the movement that we've had over these last several years. So it's so nice. I know that the prosecutor's like a bad guy and that doesn't come across as a sympathetic character here, but at least one person in the story said that this is grossly disrespectful and undercuts the credibility of other women that come forward with stories. And when I say stories, with accounts of what's happened to them, it makes them less likely to do so because they fear not being believed and just being subjected to all of the scrutiny and all of the judgment, and then not being able to bring the perpetrators to justice. And I desperately would have preferred it if it was either Sari-san or Mafiu, both of whom would have been more powerful and more credible characters in the story to have stepped forward, but at least someone said it here in the 11th hour. Anyway, how do I prove that Mamiya wasn't a victim but part of a conspiracy? Nope. No. She is a very good liar. We have reason to doubt the victim's credibility. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Yagami would want to introduce her other criminal activities, including kidnapping, what's-his-face? The guy whose name I'm forgetting, but the guy who was involved in the earlier bullying case.
We have good reason to doubt the victim's credibility. She was all part of his plan. In fact, that's all but sure.
A 50-something man separated from his wife was driven by loneliness to harassment. That seems much more likely.
The way you phrase that, is the prosecution admitting the defense's claims aren't wholly impossible?
Beg pardon?
That would imply the guilty verdict from the first trial was issued without 100% certainty.
Now you're just nitpicking.
Defense, if you claim to doubt the victim, then what is your reasoning?
Yes, we do. In actuality, she wasn't the only conspirator who helped stage the groping. The bystander who captured the defendant, the witness who recorded the incident on his smartphone. Both men, in conjunction with the victim, were classmates from the same high school. Which means, strange as it sounds, that these seemingly unrelated individuals were in fact all acquaintances. It's clear that this was a carefully organized and planned event.
Our investigation discovered they all graduated from Kurokawa Academy in Tokyo 13 years ago. Additionally, Yoko Sawa, the teacher who was killed in Ijincho, graduated from the same class. 4 years ago, she was the teacher of the defendant's son, Toshiro-kun. We believe this indicates a connection between the Kurokawa Academy graduates and this case.
Of course, that's as deep as we need to go on that. We've simply presented the possibility that multiple conspirators were present when the defendant was apprehended. And as long as such a possibility exists, the defense asserts the defendant cannot be found guilty.
Your Honor, may I speak?
What is it?
I haven't committed murder. Per my conviction, I am just a pervert who victimized a woman on the train. Everything else is in the defense's imagination.
Imagination, huh? Then I guess it's time. I will say this. In an American courtroom, I do not know Japanese law at all. In an American courtroom, the standard is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which means that the defense can't just come in and say, oh, there were 5 other conspirators that were all involved, and unless you can prove there weren't, then you have to let them go. Because massive multi-person conspiracy doesn't sound reasonable to most people. You'd have to drag Mamiya in and catch her in a lie, or have her cooperate with the defense. Someone would have to testify to this. You don't just get to make up skinwalkers exist and they're shape-shifting to look like the victim. You can't prove they don't exist because you can't prove a negative. Also, Markintage is asking, wasn't Mamiya-san basically forced to do it? Yes, she was blackmailed by Kawana into doing it. However, she still did it. Like, Mamiya was absolutely forced into participation in this, but also has, throughout the story, presented as a very non-sympathetic character, up to and including attempting to bash in Yagami's skull from behind with a baseball bat because it would be convenient for her to be able to get away with her earlier crimes. So that I was sort of sitting on that particular critique of the Lost Judgment story, this falsified sexual battery to like engender sympathy and to be able to get away with a greater crime. But I was sort of waiting until maybe closing credits to hold forth, and I was just relieved that somebody said it, you know?
Defendant, why did you agree to this appeal then?
You can ask my lawyers that. I simply didn't stop them.
How does the defense respond?
It's just as the defendant says. However, we believe his recollection may be a bit fuzzy. To refresh his memory, I'd like him to take a look at some footage. Will you permit this, Your Honor?
Now what?
But please, don't display this on the large monitor. We shouldn't shock the public. It's footage of a murder.
Excuse me, wasn't that denied as evidence?
As I said, this is solely to refresh your memory. It's up to the judge whether or not we show it.
Please proceed.
That's just internet footage with no known origins.
No. This footage is from the SD card in the camera used to record it. This is a write once, read many card, also known as a worm. The police use it to photograph evidence. Anything recorded on it is highly reliable data. After serving your time, you intended to release this to the public. But Kawana can't wait for that to happen. And that's why he left it in my care.
Don't kill me. Please. I'm sorry. Toshiro-kun. I'll make it up to him. I'll atone for it. I swear I'll try to make it up to him somehow. I'll spend the rest of my life making up for it. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Defendant, in that footage, is the person in the white raincoat you?
You could say it looks like me.
The person you killed is Hiro Mikoshiba. According to the autopsy report, he died sometime after 7:30 a.m. on October 7th. Therefore, it can only be that the person who passed through the ticket gate shortly after at 7:43 a.m. was not you, but your stand-in. As the defense, we cannot allow our client's conviction of sexual battery to stand in light of this footage. May we continue questioning the defendant?
How does the prosecution respond?
Even if the footage has an irrefutable source, that alone does not prove guilt of murder. I'd just like to state that in advance.
So the prosecution is denying the murder? Remind me who exactly is defending me here?
Good question.
The defense repeatedly mentions a stand-in, but where is this person currently? Who even are they? The person on the station security footage was wearing sunglasses, but he looked just like the defendant.
We believe he used a mask made from a 3D printer. If you look closely, the alleged defendant at Ikebukuro Station and on the train does not move his mouth at all. We learned this from sources who may have been the stand-in and the collaborators.
Then we should call them to the stand to testify.
No need. The defendant should know all of this already.
I don't know anything about it.
He said he doesn't know. So what now? The defendant admitted to sexual battery, not murder. The murder footage has excellent production value, but nothing else corroborates the defense's claims.
Your Honor, I would like to request further witness testimony from the victim.
Denied. Both the defendant and the victim certified the validity of the battery, leaving no room for discrepancies. It would be unprecedented for a victim to testify further in this situation.
By that logic, there's no precedent for using battery as an alibi for murder either.
I will admit there is a possibility, but not enough to justify subjecting the victim to further distress in court. I must once again deny the request.
But...
Defense, I've made myself clear.
Your Honor, following the defendant's last statement, we have a few more questions.
Understood. Please proceed.
Wait, what? Wait.
What's next?
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought Shirazaki was just talking about continuing the questioning, but then they were talking about the victim. So the victim is Mamiya-chan? I think it must be. Sorry, I got confused over there about who they were talking about. So that was Sari saying that they wanted to bring in Mamiya to question her in the court, and that's what the judge was turning down. Sorry, I'm the one who's like behind on that. I'm caught up. I can't let Ahara keep playing dumb. There's got to be something else I can do. I thought the judge was shutting down the whole trial. Like, you guys don't have anything. The defendant is not participating. Okay, I can't let Ahara keep playing dumb. There's got to be something else I can do. I have been waiting for Yagami to call into question his pride as a police officer. This dude at one point apparently cared about law and order and helping out people. You would think that's why he would have wanted to be a cop. Those are the things that he would have told people, that he would have cared about being a cop. Did they mean nothing to him at any point? Now, I can ask him if he's familiar with Jin Kawana, or who do you think killed Hiro Mikoshiba? If I ask him that, he's going to say, I don't know. I don't know. Hiro who? Oh, that's right, the guy who killed my son. Well, I don't know. I don't have anything to say about that. I can ask him about Jin Kawana, although it just sounds like Yagami is just making shit up here in the middle of the courtroom. I really want to ask him this, but I'm concerned that this might be the correct answer. Then again, if I ask him about Jin Kawana, he's just going to say, I don't know who you're talking about. Let's go with the police officer thing. We've got to dig at something that matters to him, and I feel like this has got to matter to him, or it had to have mattered to him at one point.
You're an active duty police officer. Do you still hold that title with pride?
It would be ridiculous to say I do now. But in my past, I took down criminals in the name of justice and tried to make a difference, even around the time of my son's suicide. And, as fate would have it, that same justice system decided no one was to blame for it. If I had to pick a moment my pride as an officer died, that would be it. Not that it matters. That has no bearing, and doesn't mean I killed Mikoshiba.
I suppose not, huh?
Oh. And here I thought we were getting somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna go with, you're familiar with Jin Kawana.
Ahara-san, you're familiar with Jin Kawana, aren't you? He's a handyman in Ujincho.
Nope, never heard of him.
On October 7th, Kawana disguised himself as you and boarded a train at Ikebukuro bound for Shinjuku Station. He was the stand-in for the sexual battery mentioned earlier.
Your Honor, no evidence has been submitted to verify that statement. The name Kawana was not present on any documentation, nor was the prosecution notified.
Kawana is the very person who encouraged the defendant to murder Mikoshiba-san.
Defense. As the prosecution has stated, no one by the name of Kawana is known to the court. We've not even confirmed if he exists. Please refrain from this line of questioning.
But, Your Honor, Kawana is a key factor in the defendant's motive. Without him, Ihara-san never would have killed Mikoshiba, and we wouldn't be in this courtroom. Am I getting through to you?
I don't know a Kawana.
No, you definitely do. Kawana's the one who fanned the flames of vengeance. You do well to remember that.
We can prove Ihara and Kawana are connected by pointing to the motive to murder Mikoshiba. Oh, yeah, no, this is the recording with Sawa-sensei where she talks about it. And this was recorded by Kawana. The only other thing that would be better would be the footage of the bullying incident against his son, but we don't seem to have that on the list, so we're going to go with this recorded call with Sawa.
Take a listen to this.
What is it?
It wasn't just some random internet post that made you decide to kill Mikoshiba-san, was it? Even while battling the school in court, you still didn't know for sure who pushed Toshiro-kun to his death. That's when Kawana came to you with this recording, right?
That's... Why do you...
Toshiro-kun came running to the roof. His face was pretty swollen. And a few minutes later, a student named Mikoshiba came up looking for him. I'll never forget the fear I saw in Toshiro-kun's face.
That's the voice of Yoko Sawa, the teacher Toshiro-kun confided in about being bullied 4 years ago. It was recorded in secret and played for the defendant by Kawana.
He told me about everything. The teasing, the beatings, the theft. How nobody was on his side. And yet, I had to deny all this in front of an entire courtroom. Believe me, I never wanted to do that. They said there was no hope, that I was the only witness with no proof whatsoever.
After hearing this, the defendant came to believe Mikoshiba-san's unchecked aggression toward Toshiro was the driving force behind his son's tragic suicide. And ultimately, this became his motivation for murdering Mikoshiba-san and staging his elaborate cover-up. Isn't that right, Ihara-san? Is it coming back to you yet?
Afraid not.
I see.
Then, is that all? Can the defense please get back on track?
This recording only came into my hands by means of Kawana. Except, thinking about it now, much like the murder footage, that would qualify as an unreliable source, wouldn't it?
What?
We live in an age where audio and video footage can be fabricated and easily reproduced.
What are you getting at?
Sawa-sensei, the one speaking in the recording, was murdered only days ago. And the one who recorded it, Kawana, disappeared without a trace. Meaning that as far as this recording is concerned, no one is left who can prove that it's authentic to the court.
Except for you, Ihara. You know damn well everything in that recording is true.
Or is my understanding incorrect? You would say you're completely unaware of the details about your son in this recording. Kawana had it. Didn't he play it for you?
I never heard it. Regardless of the content, it has nothing to do with me.
So you say. In that case, let's just assume then that Kawana and I are the only ones in possession of this audio recording. And considering that Kawana has all but vanished without a trace, that would actually make this the only copy, and me the sole owner. No backup exists.
What are you getting at?
This has no value in this courtroom, then I'm afraid it's never gonna have a value beyond today. And being that you claim it's unrelated to you or this case, then it wouldn't bother you if I were to delete it from my phone right here and now.
Why would... That's crazy. I wouldn't!
Okay. Then tell me why I shouldn't do it.
Because Mikoshiba was a man who should never have escaped being judged. That's the proof of my son's pain. The proof that everyone ignored. That recording is all I have left of him! I took the school to court because Toshiro deserved justice. But all they could say is that the cause of his suicide couldn't be determined. In the end, not a single person was held responsible. No proof, no justice. My son was hung out to dry.
Yes. That's all true.
All of you. You're all so incompetent. You see yourselves as these paragons of law and justice, yet the truth slips right through your fingers. And then, my alibi made you a mockery. I made it so real. You passed me off as just another pervert. You were gullible. Every single one of you. Toshiro threw his life away and Justice was blind to his pain. Mikoshiba walked free because of you. You condone murder and call yourselves the law. That's why. That's why I did it. I took Mikoshiba's life with my own hands.
This is coming in hot. Remember that pervert cop? Turns out he's actually a murderer.
To recap, you killed Hiro Mikoshiba in Ijincho, then headed to Shinjuku Station where you and Kawana pulled off a switch, and there you were ultimately arrested as a groper.
Yeah. That's right.
Defendant, you bear animosity for the whole system. We can't just take your words at face value. If you're responsible for Mikoshiba-san's murder, can you bring forward any evidence, or just the murder footage?
To tell you the truth, I have something that I was holding on to for the impact that it would have. It's very real evidence that the law has failed us.
What have you been hiding then? Will it prove you killed Mikoshiba?
Yes.
Then what is it?
If you go to my wife's apartment, you'll find my son's altar there. In it, you'll find the weapon I used for the crime, the knife I murdered him with. It still has Mikoshiba's blood on it.
Wait a minute, Genda-sensei. I prayed at that altar.
Well, I guess you can lead a horse to water.
Very well then. We'll open an investigation.
Defense. Will there be anything further?
No matter how justified, vengeance is not something we can ever take into our own hands. That said, in the case of Ahara-san, our system failed him. We know the law strives to be just, but it failed to prove Toshiro-kun was bullied. That's not justice. Not when no one is held responsible. The law, as well as those who enforce it, are far from perfect. So to the court, I say let this case be a lesson. The law is failing to save people who need saving.
It's clear proceedings should be adjourned. At a later time when Mikoshiba-san's murder weapon is recovered, we can resume the trial. I'm willing to do that via a special exception. Defense, prosecution, is that clear?
No objections.
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Well, Kanagawa PD called from the Ehara residence. They've recovered the knife. I'm ashamed to admit that I was so blind to his scheme.
Well then, that makes two of us.
Seems I underestimated you. And the worst part of all, I was arrogant. Legal authority and organizational connections should never be held above the pursuit of truth. I'm glad you were able to make me see that again. Thank you.
Nah.
You've come a long way.
Genda-sensei,
I didn't see you there.
Takano's been stubborn as hell from the day he passed the bar. Once he's made up his mind, nothing can stand in his way, not even his own boss. And he only bows once in a blue moon, so I hope you remember this.
Typical Genda law. I'm never going to like you.
I feel like his voice actor was in 13 Sentinels as well.
You two really pulled it off. Great job.
Yagami-san.
It's Kusumoto, the Vice Minister.
Bondo.
He's from public security?
Right. You handled that with such grace, Yagami-sensei. It's no wonder Kuwana holds you in such high regard.
What brings you here?
Yagami-sensei, would you mind if we talked alone?
Why, though? Something we can't hear?
The more you know, the more you risk. You'd be endangering your own lives. If you're willing to accept that, feel free to stay.
We'll clear the room. At this point, we'd just be getting in Yagami-san's way.
It was nearly a month ago that Kusumoto-san received a letter from Kuwana. Though we were unable to use it to trace him.
What did it say?
Soma told you, didn't he? Kuwana hid Shinya Kawai's body, seeing as Kusumoto-san's fingerprints and other traces were still on it. If that surfaces, the Ministry of Health will have yet another massive scandal on its hands. As such, we'd like to recover and dispose of the body as quickly as possible. Perhaps we'll need to melt it down.
The body was originally preserved to maintain control over Mitsuru's bullies. I never imagined it would be used against me someday.
Fine, but why are you telling me this?
Because of the letter he sent. Once Ehara-san's trial is over, he wanted to talk to you. Using my phone.
Huh? Is that Kuwana?
Kusumoto-san, is Yagami there? Put me on speaker, please.
Go ahead.
So, it seems Ehara-san's trial was a big success. He took our failing legal system and turned it on its head. Couldn't have done it without you.
I don't know what you're thinking, but public security has to be tracing this call. You have a plan?
No, not this time. That's why I'm using my own phone. And that's just the way I want it. Can't run forever, you know.
What the hell are you saying? If they catch you, you're a dead man.
That's exactly why I'm negotiating to prevent that. Kusumoto-san.
Yes.
I'll be upfront with you. I never imagined the day would come that you would be the one to betray me. But if I had to guess, Mitsuru-kun must have woke up. If that's the case, then Kawai's murder, your whole past, you're not the only one it stands to ruin. If all that comes into the light, Mitsuru-kun will be labeled the son of a murderer.
Exactly. I can't let that... That's the one thing I need to prevent.
I know. That's good. That's exactly what you should be doing. So please, don't stop now on my behalf. Enough is enough. You and your son have been through enough hell. I want to protect Mitsuru-kun too. Almost as much as his mother.
Where is Kawai's body? Tell me.
I can only assume this call is being traced, so even as we speak, I'm standing somewhere very close to it.
You gave us the location. I'm going to dispatch Soma.
Kawana! Where are you?
I'm in Jincho. If I take even one step out of this city, I'd be powerless. I've got nowhere else left to go.
Kawana! After they find Kawai's body and Kawana is taken care of, I'm next on the list. Bando can act at his own discretion. If he wants me gone, he'll be able to silence anyone who could know too much. Sawa-sensei was just the first victim. You yourself have sealed this fate, you know. Will you tell him? Will you tell Mitsuru-kun about Sawa-sensei?
Surely you know it wasn't my fault. Sawa-san's death was a tragedy. I never imagined that would happen.
What about Kawana? Can you imagine how his death is gonna play out in a few hours? I can, but I'm not gonna let him go down without a fight. Which means, I'm going to Ijincho.
Probably have to get changed on the
Talk some
way.
sense into Bando. I won't allow him to kill indiscriminately. So please, don't go out there to risk your life.
That's how it works. No promises. Tsukumo, Kawana's still out in Ijincho. Soma and RK are heading there too. We need to get to him fast.
Wait, are you sure about that?
You should be able to pick up some chatter. Pinpoint the location. I'm on my way. I'll talk to you soon.
Also, Fox McCloud was saying that Reiko Kusamoto has a really nice cell phone. Yeah, I liked it. It's very fancy. Screen goes all the way out to the edge, curves out.
Tsukumo?
I see you've arrived in Ijincho safe and sound.
What's happening? Is RK on the move?
Oh yes. A picture began circulating on the internet not long ago. It was likely Kawana-san who put it out there. I just sent it over to you.
Hang on. Is this Shinya Kawai? That's his body.
Indeed it is. I data mined the image and found out it was taken just minutes ago. I also have the location. It's a warehouse company on Yokohama's coast. And Kawana's uncle came up as the proprietor.
You mean Siren's owner?
Kawana's relative was an ex-Yakuza. Maybe his warehouse is the perfect place to hide a body.
Send me the warehouse's address.
Actually, Sugiurashi's driving there with Kaito-san and Higashi-san right now. If you want to ride, take Ishizaki Road and head to Tsurukame Highway.
Can't count how many times you've come through for me, Tsukumo.
Just trying to return the many favors, Yagamishi.
One more skateboard run? Okay, a word of advice. From here to the end, the battles will be intense. If that sounds like it may be a problem, it might be a good idea to stock up on items. I like the way you think, game. Let's... First of all, do I need to... No, I'm at full health right now. So all I need is a Popomart. I think. Oh, wait, does that go right there? Hold on. I don't want to touch the goal until... Yeah, let's go to the Popomart back here. I have a lot of healing items. I don't think that I can have too many healing items. Whoops. I'm still picking up the stupid coins. Okay. So let's find, oops. Yeah, so the bento lunch set, we'll get those and those. Wow, I didn't have all the sushi sets. Nope, we already got that. No, I don't need any pocket tissues. Oh, you know what else I should do? We still have that thing on that gives Yagami negative like 10% attack power. I gotta take that off. Hold on a second. Everybody relax. Let's go over here. Yeah. So this... Yeah. So this, what is it called? Whatever it's called. Negative 15% attack power. Let's take that off. Do I have anything that's good for, like, bonus? Defense increased during EX boost. I don't like how situational it is. Attack increased by 20%. It's still okay. Oh, really? Wow. I don't have very good things in here at all. All right. Well, I don't bleed that often. I guess we'll go with the EX power boost. The alternative would be the plus 20% thing, but I don't really intend to spend a lot of time close to death if I can possibly avoid it. So this is attack plus 10%. Yeah, we'll keep that where it is. And then, do I have any better pants? No. No. What is this that I have equipped? Plus 5 and plus 5. Oh, and it increases how quickly the EX charge gate. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right. So, for the first time, Yagami is not pulling his punches. We've had that training band on for the entire game, like, ever since I picked it up. So, I don't know if that 15% is going to be noticeable, but it will be the first time in a very long time. God damn it. Yagami, please get up. Did I lose any health for that? Do I need to go get a sushi set? Okay, you can't vault over that. Do you think the police would be following him? Have they not learned anything? Well, I guess, like, with the help of public security, which is basically a spy network, it's basically the CIA, they would already know where to go. So I'm just going to see if just got hit by a car. I just want to make sure that I'm not going in with, like, yeah, I lost some health. 1 strawberry parfait, please. I'm going to go for some strawberry parfait.
Pretty tasty. Thanks.
We're going to get there, and Kawana's going to be like, Yagami, thank God you came as quickly as you could. Well, actually, I stopped and bought some sushi and a strawberry parfait, but I did eventually come. Yagami, you smell like fruit. And whipped cream. Uh-oh.
These RK assholes are like bananas. They only come in bunches.
They're also reminiscent of grapes.
I take it they don't want us getting to Kawana-san?
Guess they were expecting us. Sure are making a big show of it.
What are those people doing? Oh, I don't like the looks of this.
Should we call the cops?
Kaito-san, we're running out of time. Let's wrap this up quick.
Yeah. Can't you see we're in a hurry? Quit stalling and come get some.
Well, they could have gotten in the car and been a third of the way there.
Let's go.
Ow! Yagami lost, like, almost half his lives. I'm not very good at the fighting. Oh, for a second I thought this man had, like, a Jason mask on or something. Alright, thanks, Nida. Thanks for coming out. Oops. Oh. Sorry, Kaito.
Okay.
Nope. Okay, just straight out of the cutscene then. Okay, that's Sugiura. Oh, no, Yagami, pick up the bat. Oops. All right, does anybody want a coffee? I could really go for, like a snack. Maybe some of those, like, cheesecake pancakes would be really good right now.
You four, freeze!
Somehow they never show up when you need them.
Oh, here's the cops.
There when it's gonna be a pain in the ass.
I bet they'll be friendly.
Think this bunch is with public security?
I'm not sure. Either way, we don't have time to deal with them.
Hey! Relax, fellas. I can vouch for these guys.
Nabe-san.
The lid came off the Mikoshiba case. We can investigate the connection to Ehara. But what the hell are you guys doing here?
Kawana's in a tight spot, actually. Can I count on you? Will the cops help?
What do you mean by a tight spot?
Take a step back, please. These men are gonna be under our jurisdiction.
This has to wait. We're dealing with a matter of life and death here.
Be quiet!
Hey, I told you I could vouch for these guys. Why don't we all just chill out and let them explain what they're doing?
Hey, what the hell? I suggest you stay out of this. Okay, name and department. Our orders are coming from way higher up the chain than yours, sir. So again, stay out of this. There's nothing stopping me from arresting a detective. Or do you want to try me?
And do your orders include going around belting us with your batons?
We're about to have a problem here, aren't we?
All four of you put your hands up and face the car. I said, move!
Oh, damn! It's Yagami-san! What brings you all the way out here?
Matsu? Akane?
Hey! Stop that!
Whoa! Back off, dude!
Hey, check it out! These goddamn cops, they're checking my friend's food because they're shady as fuck! I'm no expert, but is that shit legal?
Nice. Sugiura, start the car.
Okay.
Hey!
Hurt me, cop! There's a cop here and he's creeping on me!
Those kids aren't even half bad.
Let's roll!
Hey, stop! Stop!
Shit!
Stop! Go!
Tesso.
Looks like everybody's on our side. Except RK and the cops.
Great. Kawana's gonna be waiting for us.
I'm on it.
Now we just need, like, Detective Dog to come by. Detective Dog comes out, like, attaches to one of their pant legs. Grrr. Oh, hello to Suda.
Tsukumo, we're just about at the place. You got a visual?
Yeah, the view's great from up here, Yagamishi. From my position, it looks like RK is swarming the whole building.
And Soma?
I can't confirm his location, unfortunately. Kawana-san either.
Okay. So give me a number here. How many RK we got?
I'd say about 100.
100?
It's a massive warehouse, so they need all the manpower they can get. They seem to have fanned out to search for Kawai's body. The good news is there's no indication they found it yet.
Tsukumo-kun, got any bright ideas for where I should park this thing?
I'm afraid it won't matter too much. The enemy already knows you're en route. You'll have a welcoming party no matter where you decide to enter from.
That works. Just means we get to show up and beat down the front door.
They really got that loading dock locked down. I really hope Yagami had some yakisoba pan on the way over. Maybe Sugiura doesn't let him eat in the van.
Are you guys ready?
Hey, anyone else getting some good deja vu from kicking a bunch of asses in a downpour?
I'm pretty pumped, actually. It's reminding me I'm alive, you know?
Come on, man. Are you that bored back in Kamurocho?
Let's go!
Why is this always happening to me?
Finish this!
No! I saw it coming! Oh, I saw it coming and I did not mean to pick up the pallet. Let's try again. And here's the thing, I bet that Yagami's gonna start with full lives, which he does, so I save a lot of healing items by just, like, accepting that loss. It doesn't feel good, but it does feel strategic. Oh, that guy bounced square off the concrete abutment. That was great. I got it, Higashi. You can go take some of the other guys on for a bit. Oh, I want this bat. Oh, I really want to turn him around. I want to kick him into his friends. Is there a counter somewhere on like how close to 100 we are? Oops. Morgenthaler's asking, does somebody have a chainsaw like last time? I wouldn't object. Wouldn't it be great if Yagami gets to use the chainsaw for a while? Oh, wait, what the hell was that? What? I could have done something cool. I wasn't expecting that. Oh. Also, somebody, I think it was Fox McCloud, said that he sees the difference in the damage output, which is good. Hey, can I borrow that real quick? Thanks. Oh, you made a... Okay. I kind of thought that Yagami wasn't actually going to hit him with that, but... I like the fact that we're getting access to weapons and animations that we've never seen before. All right, it will now officially, like, God forbid we lose all this progress. So let's have some sort of food. The bento lunch set is usually good for some health, I'd say. All right. And I am, once again, we're so far into this now. Let's not fuck around. Let's have some, have a couple of those. Whoa! Hold on. Oh, I gotta take that off. I'm gonna come back here and have a snack. I did not realize he had a gun. Now I know where all my health went earlier. So let's have a sushi set or two. I really want some sushi. Okay. Yeah, no forklifts for Yagami. That's a different game. Can I take the gun? From what I've heard, you can just sort of toss it gently on the ground and he can't use it anymore. I promise I'm trying to, like do the reversal on that, and I just... both times I was animation locked. Like I was doing something, some other move. Okay. Yep, it's still down. Are they looking for Kawana or preparing to burn the building?
Hey, we've got company. Guess the watch isn't doing their job.
What are they so mad about? Not like they're supposed to be here either.
Yeah, they're just ransacking the place.
This is all to find Kawai's body.
Well, if there's a bright side to any of this, It looks like they still haven't found it. Or Kuwana.
That's it. Break time, fellas. Let's kill these fuckers!
Okay, so now, do I gamble on the fact that if Yagami goes down, which he certainly will with this amount of health, that this is a checkpoint and I get all my lives back for free? Or will I have to do the entire fight again? I'm not willing to take that gamble. So we are going to have some Odin here. Let's have a little bit of health. Come on. Okay, come on, Yagami. All right. Oh, hello to Brian. Brian, you've joined Fist Fight 2000. Okay. No! Okay, if I can please... Yep, it seems like a really good time to have a meal. Let's have a whole bunch of this. It's worth virtually nothing individually, so we'll just... Okay. Have 3 more hits with this. All right, who gets the last one? How about you, Taser Boy? Yes, as Fox McCloud said, while you're blasting fire into my face, can you also heat up these noodles for me? Oh, and hello to Dougler. Mini Skittles packs have more than they used to.
That all you got? Because I can go all day.
Never seen this number.
Huh?
It's Kuwana. I assume you're here? Then all the players have assembled.
I mean, you're here too? Where are you? What is all this?
Put simply, a trap for Soma, using Kawai's body as bait. You must have known he'd show up too.
So everything from calling Reiko Kusumoto to this, it was all to corner Soma?
Yeah. I'm gonna drag him kicking and screaming into the light. He only gets away with his shit because he does it in the shadows, and his friends at public security just watch. If I expose them, Kusumoto-san can lead a happy life.
You know she sold you out, right?
Look, that doesn't matter. This is the only shot we have at Soma. Alone, I could probably kill him, but there's no way I can take him in alive.
If you wanted help, you could have just asked.
To deceive your enemies, start with your allies. And besides, if you didn't come, I had a plan B. Listen, I'm in the deepest part of the warehouse, far down as you can go. And Soma's closing in.
And we'll just have to get there first.
Oh, man. What kind of plan B could he have when he's got 100 guys surrounding him?
I sure would have liked to see that.
I would be over the moon ecstatic if his plan B is a zombie virus that he releases and the end of Lost Judgment is the zombie apocalypse, which doesn't feel out of left field. So while I spend some SP, Brian was asking what happened in Wildermyth yesterday because he lost internet after picking a new skill for his fighter, his warrior. So nothing. Wow. Okay, so I always said I was going to do this. Press triangle near an enemy in agony. Now, we can put enemies into agony using Snake. The only trick is that then I have to remember to switch back to Tiger so that we can do the triangle. But I'd really like to see this ability at least once in our lives. Brian, we did not yet have a chance to use that ability. I'm sure it will come up. And instead, I think we got everything lined up to do the final combat of Act 4. I really miscounted. Yeah, I just... My solution to not taking bullets is to punch the people who are holding the guns. I'm not sure that, like, sky dancing is going to be the solution there. We don't have that. Okay, nothing here. Let's see if there's any new abilities in here that we want. Would have loved to have picked some of these stuff up, but I don't really know where to get the skill books. We're pretty good there. Wait, what was... EX Sword Cyclone. Attack while destroying the enemy's two-handed blade. So, yeah, that's what I wasn't doing, and that's specifically to Snake ability. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading through some of these things. So, stats? Can I get anything cool in here? EX Enhancer? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. More damage during EX Boost. Always a good plan. All right, and I've still got maybe some more stuff in here. Light Bullet is only in VR. That's why you see me skipping past it. Oh, I don't quite have enough to this. Activate EX Boost at low health to prevent dying. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. However, I need a few more SPs, so...
Might be some arcade down below, too.
Probably right.
Yeah, we get down there. Kawana just has like a tactical nuke that he lights off, and all of Ijincho goes up in a thermonuclear blaze. Judgment 3 is also Fallout.
Huh? The hell were the guys up there even doing? Come on, let's trash them!
You guys give me like about 6,000 SP. I'd really appreciate it. Okay. Not actually sure what knocked Yagami down, but I was looking forward, not off to the side. Oh, now that time I know what knocked Yagami down. So I keep not necessarily wanting to spend all my SP on those moves.
Let's do it now.
And unfortunately, the box actually was completely empty. Take that. But yeah, Brian, I think that, I'm trying to remember if your character retires at the end of the chapter, which will be sad. I thought it was the last chapter in Wilder Myth. Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I can take a toughness C. Absolutely. Pick that up. No, I know all about equipping gear. I've got gear. Okay, so we're presumably at the lowest part.
Open? Maybe they barred it from the other side.
Hey, what's the plan?
Let's see if we can find another way.
This is where it's going to turn out that because I never upgraded Yagami's grip meter, it's impossible to progress. All right. Discover an alternate entry route. Should I ram the door with this? I don't have the key. Oh. Lots of cargo stacked up pretty high. Might be hiding a way through.
Uh-huh. Hey.
I could probably use the wall to jump up here. Or just climb. It looks awfully climbable. A mountain of pallets, that's a pretty solid stack. Climbing up's probably the best call. If that's the case, then... Yes, I see it, Yagami.
Suspicious.
I think I can climb up from there. Now, do I need to look at anything else? Yep, he's not checked off yet.
What the?
This can probably withstand the weight of a few people. There's got to be somewhere I can climb onto. Right, yes, Yagami, you go up there, you get on there, you get onto the mountain of pallets. I don't know why any of this is necessary. You just climb up the slats there and you're good. Is there something else I need in this environment? It feels like Yagami, he hasn't checked off discover an alternate entry route. And I don't know what part of the plan he's confused about. Maybe I should just try it? Okay, I'm just gonna try it. No? I cannot exit this mode. Okay. I don't currently know what we're not seeing. Unless we have to find the key to the forklift, in which case I don't really know where they hide forklift keys at an active job site. Maybe it's inside the building. Can I get in here? That looks like it should open, or maybe it's like a freezer. Okay. So, we know what it's not, which is anything I've looked at so far. Hey, feel free to help, you guys, by the way. Sugiura with all of your parkour abilities. Can I pick up this? Sure, mysterious leaf, why not? Oh, maybe I could blow this thing up. Nah, it's too risky. Okay. So no explosives, including that. Fox McCloud says, I worked in a warehouse for years, and those are some of the nicest pallets I've ever seen. Yeah, they're very uniform. No broken slats on them at all. It feels like to me that maybe what we have to do is reposition the pallet over there so that Yagami can like use it as a stepping stone to get the rest of the way across. Issue though is I don't know anything about where the key might be. Also, Yagami's only idea for this was to ram the door. Nope. Don't have the key. Nope. And then he looks up there.
What the?
Oh, there we go. Do these drums contain different things? Who cares? I can feel wind coming from where that drum is. Vents, maybe. There's a space I can get through. Should be able to go from there. Okay, so now Yagami has his entire... He's planned it all out. Yep. I definitely see it. Okay.
Hey, guys.
Oh, you spot a way through?
Yeah, let me see if it'll work. You guys keep watch in case anyone's tailing us.
Gotcha. You can leave that to us. Be quick, but keep it cool, Talk.
Cross along gaps by running along a wall. Sprint towards the gap. Okay, got it. Okay, stamina and axe. Yeah, I can have some of that. Let's go in here. Oh, and I might have gotten enough for that update, the upgrade that I wanted as well. Let's just grab that. Okay. And now, that's why I hold on to like the staminans, by the way, because they recover a lot of health. So I usually take those after I've exhausted some of the more versatile ones. Let's go to, let's go to skills, right. And then what did I want? There's one in here for like, no. There's one in here for, I don't remember which one it was. Oh, no, I don't have 20 grand. It was this one. Didn't I just fight a bunch of dudes? I really got no SP for that? Hello to Drienne! Drienne, we are doing our best to wrap up the main story in Lost Judgment. I think there'll probably be one... Oops. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing. There'll probably be one additional episode after this for the school stories finale, but that is, that depends on what we make it to today.
I have to do something about this right now.
Oh, okay, I guess that wasn't locked then.
Here we go! All right, you made it! Now let's hightail it to Kuwana.
Yeah, Drienne, to catch up on the story, we are currently going into the belly of this very large warehouse complex because Kuwana is being chased by...
That door looks like it leads ahead.
Soma?
It's locked. Let me see if I can pick it.
How would, what's-his-face get in here? Soma. Like, Yagami and friends are clearly the first people to be through here. It seems like, unless Soma has, like, some other Joker way to get in here.
You're the man, Yagami-san.
Yeah, as Markintosh says, Yagami needs a key to start the forklift, but the locked padlock. Oh, crud.
Hey! Hold it right there!
That he just sort of like pulls apart.
God damn. How many of these guys are there?
Tak! Sugiura! Higashi and I'll keep them busy. You guys go on ahead.
Counting on both you guys.
We are supposed to just like close the doors, chain them from this side, or that. Drienne is saying, to be frank, padlocks are super simple.
Another pile of shit. Well, Yagami-san, I guess we can handle this. No RK around here. Yagami-san, find a way to follow me from where you're at.
YouTube really wants to teach both of us how to break a padlock using a double wrench method. I haven't watched the video, but it keeps recommending it for some reason. It's like, well, I don't actually have all that many... Well, hold on. Wait, Yagami. Wait, I take it back. Before we go up there, let's just make sure there's no, like, other healing items that I can pick up down here. Just in case. You never know. There could be a nice sushi set down here. Or mysterious seeds, just in case. But yeah, Drienne, we did a big courtroom case where we helped out Sari-san and basically got the court to admit that that Ihara, like we basically Perry Masoned Ihara into confessing in court that he had murdered not Shinya Kawai. I get all the names mixed up in my head. Let me do better at this now. There we go. Mikashiba. Yeah, there we go. So, that he had murdered Mikashiba and that he had not... Can I pick this up? A Toriner. Alright. I bet I can make use of that. Oh, charge the EX gauge. Yes, please. And then after the case was settled, Reiko Kusumoto came in with Bondo. Is that his name? Bondo, I'm pretty sure. And they said, okay, well, now we need your help to catch... Hold on, let me just get over here. To catch Kuwana. And Yagami said, well, that really sounds like it's a you problem. Like, I don't know what that has to do with me. And they said, well, he's got Shinya Kawai's body, and we're gonna send Soma after him. So, wait, what was the point of doing all of this? I guess I'm on the other side of something.
Still more of them.
I don't think I can hide from them. Guess I'll have to fight. Fox McCloud is asking what I do for a living. I break open padlocks using a single wrench method. I hear, according to YouTube, there is a superior method. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's probably from Sugiura, but... Alright, did you drop a weapon that I can use? No, but I have this that I can use! And that's how that guy became the Toxic Avenger. Okay, darn it. Okay, I want to inflict agony, so that then I can do the other move. Okay, hold on. Yeah, now do the thing. He's in agony. That's what the purple means, doesn't it? No, I guess not. Let's see what this does. I do not want to press the triangle because... Oh, hello. Have you met my palate? Okay, so he's in agony, I thought. But I can't do that move. Maybe the purple head doesn't mean agony. I always thought it did. Oh, hello to Force! Sorry, it is a little bit difficult to catch up with chat in this episode just because there is so much fighting. Panda says, I love it when I find a nice sushi set lying around a grungy warehouse. I do not have that much patience.
I'm a little tied up over here myself. Go on ahead, yeah?
Hey, you alright?
Think so. In better shape than Kuwana-san, at least. Now hurry up, Yagami-san!
Damn it. You better be right behind me.
You know I will!
I'd say Grungy Warehouse Sushi has to be at least on par with Dungeon Wall Turkey, and the characters in Castlevania seem to think that that's delicious. Oh, hold on, we got another item here. Toughness Z, alright. Yeah, I really like just refilling my lives with things that I find around the environment, because then I don't have to worry about running low on items. Hold on, we got another thing here. Torriner. So Torriner, we just learned, what is that? Fill up the EX gauge? Yeah, I mean, I might as well. There's not a lot to it. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, and hello to Grumpy. Grumpy, I hope that both you and Moo have had an okay... What is this, Tuesday? I am very glad that it's something of a short week at work. So only 2 more work days. A dead end. Now how do I keep moving forward? Yagami, I feel like that's what we all ask ourselves. If I use this... Wait, I still don't have the key. Wouldn't it be amazing if, like, there was some side quest that I just never found that was like, Yagami's like, a forklift key? What am I ever gonna do with this? And then you get to the final, like, level here, and it's like, oh, this is actually super easy. Dugan's saying, hey, don't badmouth Dungeon Wall Turkey. If I use this and climb along those pipes, I might be able to get atop of that pallet. Also, Force, how is your, do I still need to do this? I guess I do. How is your, like, sequence of night shifts going? Or later shifts? I'm not sure if they're all night, but don't you, like, get out at, like, 11 or something?
What the?
This thing's pretty sturdy, even with all the drums stacked on it. Oh, God. Yagami, he just climb up, Yagami. You don't have to solve this mystery from down on ground level. Okay, so I bet if I climb up there, and then up there, and then go up there, then I'd be able to get, yep, over here. There's a gap between the orange drums. If I can just get there, I think there's a spot I could climb onto. There we go. Okay. Imagine if every time, you know, Mario stepped into a new level, he had to investigate, you know, go into investigation mode to plan out his entire route. Also, okay. There we go. Okay, toughness light. So now I'm up here. So a regular person would just climb up on top of the drums. It'd be actually really easy. Is there something else that I should be doing? I'm worried that if I step forward, I'm gonna fall. Can Yagami just, like, gently lower himself down onto the ledge again? No? Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, there we go. It was just gently walk. Force is saying the late shift is going like absolute trash. So much sitting around. Are you allowed to, like, read and stuff? Because let me tell you something. I got an R.A. Salvatore book that is really gonna make it a sequence of shifts to remember. No, I finished that stupid book. Nothing else happened in it at all. Climb. There we go. Okay, so what do I balance along this? I'm gonna try to balance on the beam. Okay, now what, Yagami, what's your hot plan here? Can you just drop down and shimmy along? Circle? Nope. Climb down and circle, it shows. There we go. Yagami's gonna, like, drop on these guys like an Assassin's Creed. Ah, the quality wire. Just what I've been searching for. Fox McCloud says, if you like cute things, I recommend Life as a Centaur. Okay, I'm gonna get down here. Oh, and Drian says, thank you for highlighting that review. Yeah, if people find value in it, love to help. That was supposed to be, jumping across the gap. He got to use the taser. It was Yagami's, like, opposite of a ragdoll, just completely. Now, can I? Oh, I really thought that was the taser, though. Oh, First Ben Joseph, thank you so much. Oh, First Ben Joseph, thank you so much for like being here. Oh, here we go. And thank you to Moo for the gift subscription. But also, oh nuts, who was it? Was it Drienne? Somebody re-upped on their gift subscription last episode, and I remember starting to address it, and I'm really worried that I missed out on continuing to address it. So whoever that was, it was another gift subscription from Moo, and right now I don't have it up in front of me. But thank you very, very much for hanging out, and thank you to Moo for the gift subscriptions, and hopefully the emotes and stuff are fun to use, especially the Wildermyth ones. The Wildermyth ones and the Sewn ones are all... Let's do this. The product from... they were all created by Papalotko. Those are custom done by Papalotko, and very much appreciated from her. God, what a great full circle for that taser, though.
Really, guys?
And thank you guys for the clips. Okay. So, I'm not even sure this was a fight that I was supposed to have. Hey, do I have 20,000 SPs yet? Nope, not yet. You know what happened? I took off the training band that gave us, bonus SPs. So, do I have to go back up there, or is there another way? Did I really screw it up? There's no other way through here? Yagami, just climb on the pallets, bro. It's fine. I'm not sure if Japan has an OSHA, but they're not here right now. Yeah, I think I gotta go the long way again. Oh, unless I can't get back there. Oh, well, I'm glad I found this, though. Sure, stamina and light. Cannot climb this. So I guess I should look for something in the arena that's colored white, because that's used to denote things that Yagami can grasp. I don't. So we were up there. We got up there. Oh, by walking along that beam, and the beam came up from. Did we? Wait, did we? Yeah. We went up along that beam. So how do we get back up here? Yagami cannot climb on that. That would be disrespectful. Yeah, I shimmied along there. So unless I can get back to the other side... Ah, here we go. Okay, I found it. Okay. Now we can just try that. I think what happened is that I went to do the wall run, and Yagami sort of I bumped something, and Yagami sort of lost his footing, and that's when we fell. So, Fox McCloud is saying, JICOSH, Home, Occupational Safety and Health Law in Japan Index. Okay, so Fox McCloud has found it. Douglas is saying, considering the amount of people in Japan that die from overworking, I would doubt it. And then Force says, part of that is work culture and not necessarily unsafe working conditions. Yeah, as I... how do we get up here? On the things of, things you hear about Japan, and I do not know how accurate they are to the modern day, or whether or not they have ever been accurate, is people that just, work themselves to a point where they just die. And I'd be curious to know, what is the medical reason for the die? What's the actual medical cause of death? Is it, their hearts stop? Is it a lack of sleep? What's ultimately the thing that does them in? Assuming, again, that this is a real phenomenon, and not just something that you hear about. All right. That's what I intended to do. So is it just over the railing now? Nope. Heart failure, says Force, is probably the leading cause. Down? No? There we go. It's kind of like Korean fan death, I've heard, but again, this could be something that is untrue, so I'm loath to repeat it. I've heard that it is a sort of a belief in South Korea that if a fan, like an oscillating fan, you know, like just a regular electric fan, is left running after you go to sleep, it has the capacity to evacuate oxygen from the room, and that electric fans in Korea carry the warning that you need to make sure to shut it off before you go to sleep to avoid fan death. Now, this is not a thing that occurs. What I don't know is it a thing that people believe occurs, and is this an actual cultural phenomenon in South Korea? So I'll repeat it here to find out more information about it, not to spread it as fact. And I asked because I actually know someone. This is something I do know, because this is a human being that I know in the United States of America who, as I understand it, his father, who was employed for many, many years as a teacher, instilled in him the belief growing up that if an air conditioner, like a window unit air conditioner, was left on without a corresponding window somewhere else left open, then the air conditioner would evacuate the oxygen from the room and everyone inside would suffocate. And this is a person that I know personally.
I don't stop. Gotta think.
Need a lift? Nice job clearing the path. Because of that, I found this.
Come on board!
This ought to be good.
No, I found this too. Where did you get the key from? Yeah, as Markintosh said, they found the key. So stupid.
The fuck do you clowns think you're doing? Your asses are dead!
Forrest is saying that fan death is a belief, although it has little scientific merit, rather. I'll do you one better. Fan death has zero scientific merit. That's not the way oxygen works. Oxygen is not exhausted by blowing it around. It doesn't, like, turn into, I don't know, carbon dioxide or something. Crap. The fact that people believe that is a point of curiosity to me, but it's for absolutely sure not the way that the world works. Hold on. Let's grab one of these. Okay, I don't know. Hold on. No! Yagami! Okay, I need to have a snack. Yagami is very, very, very stunned. Let's have... Yeah, I'm gonna run out of bento lunch sets before this is gone. But when I heard this from my friend, I had all sorts of questions. Like, so, like, if you go into, like, a department store, and there's cold air blowing out of the vents, where does your dad think that the oxygen is getting replaced from? Like, the doors are closed, right? No one inside the Best Buy is collapsing from oxygen deprivation, so how does that work? It's like at some point his father heard the thing about, like, don't close yourself up inside a refrigerator or you'll suffocate. And oh boy, no! Guys, I actually paused it to have a snack. And then, because I'm such a just freak out genius, unpaused it because I was pressing the button too many times, and that's how Yagami died. So we're gonna find out. No. What are you talking about? No. I don't need easy difficulty.
What do you clowns think you're doing? Your asses are dead!
As Markintosh says, quite correctly, a window AC unit does not even move air out of the room. No, I'm just so that everybody knows, my friend was so convinced of this based on how he had been raised, like what he had been like introduced to by his father, that I went to, I think it was like howthingswork.com or something like that. Okay, he was ready for that.
Let's go.
And showed him the way that an air conditioner works, that it's basically a cooling unit that draws air in from the room, in most cases draws air in from the room and then expels it out at a cooler temperature. Okay, well I can do that too, man. So it's just cycling the same air back into the room, and a lot of air, window units have the ability to like open up a vent in the back in case you do want to draw in fresh air as part of that. It's not as efficient because then you're drawing in, hot and humid. No. Okay, barrel guy, we got to deal with you now. Okay, so I keep missing the counter option. Oops. Oh, shit! Okay, I don't like this position. So I'm gonna have something to eat. Okay, I got my bento lunch sets back. Oh, hold on, there's something over here. Okay, so I got a toughness light. I gotta have that. Oh, and Fox McCloud is saying, correction, it's a centaur's life. Let go!
What a waste.
Let's go. Okay. Forrest says the only thing I could think of is that merits that belief in their minds would be running heaters or fireplaces in enclosed. Yes, so that could do it. Like, you don't want to run every time there's some sort of a power outage anywhere. They always make a point to say, hey, guys, do not run your generators inside the house. That's not because the generators, like, destroy CO2 or whatever, or sorry, destroy oxygen. What they're doing, though, is they're putting out a lot of carbon monoxide, which is tasteless, odorless, colorless, and will cause you to suffocate. I wanted to take a... What is this, by the way? A Toughness C light? Toughness light, okay. Okay, it's not a lot, but it's a little bit of something.
Another elevator. Might take us straight down to the bottom. Kuwana-san and Soma are probably there too.
Do I need to get ready? I don't think so. What would I get ready with? Hold on. Better get ready. Let me just, so I'm just taking a once around just to make sure there weren't any healing items that I didn't see. Because, I mean, I would sure, yeah, okay, hold on. This was already worth it. Some stamina and X. Let's have some of that. Yeah, that's a good boost to the health meter. Not that. Anything else? I don't care about crafting materials at this point. I just want to make sure that we're not going in there with less health than we should have. No. All right, we're good. The only other thing that I might want to check very quickly is, did I get the 20,000 SPs that I wanted to use to level up? No, boo. So, I mean, should I wait, do you think? Or do we think that maybe I should drop, is there something else that I should get with the points that I do have? I don't think there's anything else to get. This is the thing that I wanted, like, basically don't die if you're in EX mode. That seems pretty useful. I'm not going to get up to 40 grand. And then there was something here in crane mode also. I don't know what it would have been, though. All right, I feel like we're pretty good. Let's head in.
Another elevator. Might take us straight down to the bottom. Kuwana-san and Soma are probably there, too.
Brian is heading out. Brian, have a great evening. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you later on.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, just got 20,000 SPs. Now I do also almost have the 40,000.
Damn it. Why is this taking so long? Find Kawai's body and Kuwana will show up. Faster you go, faster we get out of here. This air is unbearable.
Sir, do you think Kuwana's still around? We already tore this place up. Couldn't he have bailed?
Well, he didn't get out with Kawai's body. No cars have gotten in or out of here since we showed up. Just find the body. We can deal with Kuwana later.
Soma-san! Go check it out! Kawai's body. Sir, I think we found it.
Do you see? You can do anything if you put your mind to it.
Straight up Ark of the Covenant. I think it's in here.
Yo, how we doing?
Sir, I'm the one who found him. We were just about to pull him out. Ugh, he's so fucking nasty.
Good. Get this thing out of here. I've got a buyer ready to pay quite a premium. Good job, everybody. It's Kuwana. You thought you could hide? Show yourself.
Hey, Ronan.
Don't you want to try to negotiate?
You call this a negotiation? You don't bring a gun to a ceasefire.
You've led us on a hell of a wild chase, Soma.
Well then, how many mice do we have in the maze? One appears. The weakest dies first.
That fucking hurt! I'm gonna fucking kick this little wimp's ass!
You calling me a wimp, asshole?
Out of my fucking way!
You made it out alive, Yagami.
So, is all this playing out exactly as you planned?
If we can catch this murderer here and put him in chains, then I'd say we're off to a good start.
That's hypocritical, isn't it? You say I'm a killer? What's your body count up to?
I'm just a former Japanese teacher. Sounds to me like you've got it all wrong.
Well, doesn't that figure? The only teacher I ever hated was in my high school Japanese class.
Soma. I don't know if I've ever met a more twisted piece of shit.
undercover agent or whatever. You've crossed the line without giving a damn.
Undercover agent? My men don't need to hear this shit.
Sawa-sensei died at your hands. You deserve what's coming.
I'm afraid that's what you say when you have the upper hand.
Guys, turn it on. Now it's time to give them hell.
Okay.
They're going down.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get this over with.
Come on. Ah!
In battles this thick, it feels reminiscent of like a Dynasty Warriors game. No, don't. I have never understood why Yagami sometimes randomly chooses to put down the melee weapon that he picks up. I assure you, I do not push the just drop it for no reason button. Okay, can I use this against... Oh, I really wanted to do this to Soma. I don't know if it'll ever let me, but it'd be super satisfying if it did. Okay, I should probably have a snack of some kind. Might be time for like a Rushing Tiger extract as well. I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to it for now. It's one of those things where I don't know if this is the final boss or if there's gonna be like another Soma encounter in a bit. Also, where is Soma? Ah, there he is. I am looking for opportunities to go get Soma. I just lose track of him in the fracas. I was actually completely holding block during that, but I guess it just didn't take. Oops. I'm really gonna damage that someday. So I get the feeling that the reinforcements are infinite. Which is another reason why I'd really like to engage with Soma.
Go, Talk!
Yagami!
Wait, I had a good feeling about that glowing computer screen. Or the save point. You know, either one. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, let's have a stamina and X. Alright, anything else in here? Oh, whatever this is. It's just straight up health. Oh, thank God they left this in the warehouse. So, I should probably, like, save over whatever the oldest thing is, right? This is the beginning of the chapter. No, I want to save this just in case I've really messed up at some point. So, let's save over this one. No, this would be the one. Boy, this is confusing. Screw it. Let's save over this one. All right. Fox McCloud says, thank you to whoever's soul was extracted to make those health orbs. Yeah, they really took one for the team. Okay. Now, I think it's comfortable to put whatever we've got on the line. All our extracts and whatever.
Stick around, won't you? Behind you.
Okay. I do see the triangle counter that it's putting up there. I'm just not good at hitting it. All right, I'm gonna have to... Hold on, well, let's do this first. All right, once he goes down, Yagami gets a snack. Pause. Okay. So I'm probably going to take a hit right here, and I kind of deserve it because I wasn't getting paused. Let's have some of this luxury bento box. Oh, I've completely lost track of where he is.
Come on!
I prefer to believe that Soma does not have this many life bars, but rather they represent the number of bento lunchboxes that he has. Okay. I feel like we've gambled enough on this less level of health. Let's have some sushi sets.
Pay attention.
Shit! For some reason... Okay, can I just pause here for 1 second? Every time it brings up those QuickTime events, what that was X and triangle. However, it does a little arrow from the X to the triangle. So what my brain does is I push right on the stick, which fails it instantaneously because instead of pushing X, I press right so that then I can hit the X. It's a Telltale thing. If you guys ever play a Telltale game, it's like push in a direction and press a button. So this game is very consistent in how it shows it, but my brain does something different from what it says. And I just wanted to point out at least once why that continues to happen. That, however, that was just purely me. All right, so hit, dodge.
I'm right here.
Fox with Us says Telltale games put him to sleep. Oh, I am the exact opposite. Yeah, I enjoy Telltale games a whole bunch. Okay, so we have another chance. It's X and triangle. Brain, don't press a button on the stick. Don't press a direction on the stick. There we go.
Next time you open your eyes, you'll be alone without the darkness to protect you. Bondo 2 will abandon you to your fate. To hell with evil being necessary for order. You'll rot in a cell for the rest of your miserable life.
All that's left to do is clean this shit up.
Yo, you might want to stay away from that. Pull it out any further, and it'll set off the bomb I planted.
What?
It could very well end up going off anyway. But that'll be up to me.
Oh, what the fuck? I can't keep track of how many times this guy has changed sides.
As long as Kawai's body exists, Kusumoto-san will never be free. So I'll make sure it's never found again. You guys might want to consider stepping out.
Kawana, you can't do it.
But I can. This was always going to be the backup plan anyway. If you guys hadn't made it down here, I would have blown up both the body and Soma all in one shot. But still, if Soma dies, I'll never get to the one pulling the strings. And Kusumoto-san will never be free of these goddamn shackles.
Kusumoto-san needs to turn herself in. If she keeps trying to hide from all this, she'll be haunted by her past wherever she goes. You'd rather she carry those sins for the rest of her life, and all by herself. Because after today, you won't be there to help anymore. You have to leave. You'll disappear. From here on out, you'll need to live deep in the shadows.
If she turns herself in, she'd never be able to see Mitsuru again. Her son is finally awake, after 13 years in a coma. Does tearing them apart sound like justice to you?
I want nothing more than for everyone involved to get a happy ending. But still, if I turn my back on it now, Sawa-sensei's sacrifice becomes a footnote. That won't work. She can't say her piece without a voice. So if I don't raise mine for her, what justice prevails?
Fine. I'll just push the button. Everyone in here can be blown to hell.
You really gonna do that?
If you guys don't back off, then I will. Do you know how many people I've killed through the years?
Nah. But if you were really that kind of scum, we wouldn't have come down here. You wouldn't be the kind of person worth saving. This one is my fight, guys.
The way I see this, Tug, you and Kuwana both have your reasons. Something to consider. But between the both of you, is there really a right answer?
Come get some. Bring it up.
Okay, I know it's terribly anticlimactic, but I really need some food. And I'd like, we should use some of these, right? I think I have 2 extracts. I thought I had 2 extracts. I've got Rushing Tiger extract. Do we have any others? I thought I had 1 other. That might have been like the super strength one. I could also be wrong. I don't see it in here. All right, let's try Rushing Tiger extract. Oh, Markintosh has to go. Markintosh, thank you so much for hanging out. As always, the VOD will be up, and hopefully we'll see you then.
Let's go.
Shit! Okay, stop! Stop! No, I want to eat! I want to eat! I want to eat! No! Okay. Let's have this healthy balanced bento lunch set. Come on, Yagami, shake it off!
Bring it up.
Okay, yeah, time for a snack. He's very low, but so am I. And, although it feels anticlimactic to go in and just eat sushi in the middle of the fight, it's ever so much better than redoing the whole fight, isn't it?
I don't want Kusumoto-san. She shouldn't have to keep suffering. The truth, we put too much value on it. All it does is crush us.
That's not true. It's because the truth was being hidden. That's what led to Sawa-sensei's death, isn't it? Set Kusumoto free. It's time for all this to end. I mean, you've got to already know. When justice breaks, someone's always gonna find a way to redefine it to suit themselves. And from that point of view, everything you do feels justified. That's why you're able to look past the sacrifice and the damage you cause.
No. I didn't want this.
I get that. But who decides what's wrong? Who gets to decide what's right? That's not us. Come on. Sawa-sensei died because you made the choice for her, and you took her truth. Who does that really serve? Tell me who. Why would you want that? The truth is all we have. When the law can't be fair, the truth becomes our last ray of hope. So please, Sawa-sensei's truth, don't take that from her. Kusumoto-san.
Kitakata-sensei!
I couldn't protect you. I couldn't even protect your secret.
Please lift up your eyes. I saw that picture you posted of Kawai's dead face. I took a hard look. This was the man I killed. I saw the pain in his repulsive face. I saw the consequences of my actions. Sawa-san never should have been dragged into this. I saw how I betrayed and abandoned you too, Kusumoto-san. I've been frightened ever since. I was scared Mitsuru would find out the truth. I was worried he would discover his mother was a monster. And for you as well, Sensei. You carried it for me. You clung to such a dark secret. I made you do this for so long. I never should have gone through with it. And I won't let you bear the burden of my mistake anymore. That's why I've decided. I'm going to turn myself in. I have some bad news for you, Mitsuru. Your mother won't be coming home for a while. It's not work. But I feel I should warn you. I'm going to be placing a burden on your shoulders. I'm so sorry. Mitsuru?
Please don't worry, Mom. If anything, I should be the one worrying about you.
Huh?
I could tell something was bothering you. You've been hiding a problem for a while, haven't you? I'm sure it's been hard. Especially considering what a burden I've been.
No. That's not it at all.
Don't worry, Mom. I more or less already know. In fact, let me tell you. I was doing physical therapy earlier, and I managed to take a few steps. For the first time in 13 years.
That's wonderful.
It didn't feel like much, really. But still, you know what the doctor said? That if I keep at it, I'll be able to stand on my own 2 feet. And then I'll be able to walk again pretty soon. When that time comes, I'll be there for you. It'll finally be my turn to support you. So please don't worry about me, Mom. Don't let me hold you back. Go do whatever it is you have to do. I'll be waiting.
I'm sorry, Mitsuru. Thank you.
Enter. I don't recall having an appointment with any prosecutors today.
Are you familiar with Kazuki Soma of RK? Public Security's inside man. He infiltrated the Kamurocho underworld on assignment. As you're aware, he got caught up in some illicit activity. You knew this, yet somehow his actions stayed off the record.
Whatever you're talking about, I have no idea, son.
Just so you know, Soma's been arrested by Kanagawa police. The investigation is ongoing. He's the prime suspect in the murder of Yoko Sawa in her Yokohama home. It's our suspicion that he was acting on the orders he received from you, and that would make you complicit in her death. You wanted to manipulate Reiko Kusumoto, and so you stooped to blackmail.
Let me guess why you're here. You want to put all of this out in the open?
If it means exposing the truth, certainly.
You want to burn down Japan? This is bigger than me. It could go all the way up the chain. People of power nationwide would be dragged into your scandal. And some of those people might even be the superiors cutting your paychecks.
Yep. But the bureaucracy isn't the monolith you think it is. The more political power you wield, the more enemies you have waiting in the shadows for the opportune moment to strike. We've met with them, and we have their full cooperation on this.
As a result, Soa-san's security footage has been recovered. It had mysteriously gone missing when the investigation was opened. Upon further review, Kazuki Soma is clearly visible in it. Who would have the authority to order that evidence to be locked away? That would be you, Bando-san.
For my part, I did the things I thought were necessary. I'm trying to maintain order. It's not hyperbole that I've saved us. My actions. So if you intend to drag me through the mud, I'll see you in court.
So we will. That said, we got this far because those detectives persevered. So I wouldn't expect the prosecution to drop the ball now.
We only got this far because those detectives persevered? Huh. Oh, yeah? Wouldn't have expected that from Takano, much less about Yagami.
Yes, but Mafuyu said she overheard it herself. He did really say it.
In the meantime, Ehara-san has been charged for Mikoshiba's murder, and Reiko Kusamoto for Shinya Kawai's death, too. Both of them are fully cooperating with the investigation.
Well, I suppose that ties everything up with a bow. Except for Kuwana.
Yes. Kuwana's still missing. He's the last of the loose ends.
So he is.
You think he's still out there? Would he risk his life to keep hunting down and killing bullies?
Well, I have my doubts about that. Yagami-san believes he can turn over a new leaf.
Some things never really change, do they? This place is still filthy.
Squeaky and clean isn't gonna work for everyone.
That's all a matter of taste. I'd say this place just has flavor.
You brought some snacks?
Yeah. We stopped at the convenience store around the corner on the way here.
Come on, Talk. It ought to be you treating the boys. Bring in some sushi to show them how generous you are.
Oh, should I now? Well, I'm already way ahead of you.
Yo! Did someone order some sushi? Only the best for you guys. Courtesy of Yagami Detective Agency.
So?
Good shit, man. You are a true gentleman. Huh? Hey, what the fuck? There's avocado on this shit. Where the hell did you get this from?
Aniki, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. In fact, that just leaves more for me.
Fine. Then I can chew umi and salmon roe.
Hey, save me the tamago. Long as I got my egg, I'm good.
Who goes for the egg?
I'll leave Kawai's body with you. The cops can have him. But then I'm out. I gotta disappear for a while. I'll fade back into the shadows.
Like hell, man.
If he's arrested, public security would have his head. They'd charge him with the one murder he didn't commit. Sawa-sensei wouldn't get the justice she deserves. And worse, they'd find a way to silence him.
Besides, you don't have any proof that I'm even guilty. Anything they could charge me for would never stick.
Just what are you getting at? You said yourself that you spent the last several years taking out bullies all over the country. That's gotta count for something.
I never left a single shred of evidence behind. So good luck. The cops and the prosecution would have nothing to go on. In a legal sense, all you guys can really do is stand there and watch me walk out of here. The law has never been very good about being flexible. The whole system is hollow. It can't judge who needs to be judged, It can't save who needs to be saved. I'll expose that. Every action I take serves that goal. As long as kids like Mitsuru continue to suffer out there, I'll do it for them. Even if it means I have to keep my hands dirty, I don't care. Goodbye.
You're right about one thing. The law is hollow. As it stands now, the system does fail people. All the same, the law evolves. We have to make it better. But it takes time, and the work is never done. That's why. That's why as long as the law lets people fall through the cracks, I'm gonna be there. Except, I won't do it anything like you.
I really feel like the testimony of Reiko Kusumoto, former deputy head of the Ministry of Health, would be commanding evidence against Kawana. He's the man who did it. I worked with him.
You didn't think we'd find out.
Come on, don't you have anything to say? Huh? You owe us an answer, don't you?
I'm sorry. And there it is. I knew you were lying all along. You are a lying piece of shit, huh? What do you have to say for yourself?
You think your apologies are gonna cut it? You're in deep shit, girl, and that's not how this fucking works. So look over here real quick. Say, I'm a bitch and a liar for the camera.
Do it, or it's gonna get a lot worse.
Wow, isn't this gross? What are they doing to that poor girl?
3 against 1? That's so freaking weak.
Pretty fucked up to gang up on her like that.
Who said that?
Shit. Come on, move it.
You don't have to. You've got no reason to go with these guys.
What the hell? Mind your own business, assholes!
Do you really think we're the ones being assholes?
Yeah, that's pretty rude.
You guys gotta learn when it's time to give it a rest.
Who the hell are you guys?
Hey, you 3. You need to leave. And stay away from that girl.
Terrible kids. I'm so glad someone finally stood up for that young lady.
I know. Aren't those Serio High students?
Hey, let's just go. Come on.
Are you okay? I'm sorry. No, don't be. I'm sorry. Really. I just wish I had seen what was happening earlier. You'll be fine.
So to our breaking news. After an anonymous report, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police have announced the discovery of 5 murder victims. Found in areas across the country, all 5 victims have evidently been deceased for several years. According to the anonymous tip, the common thread between these victims is that they were all at one time accused of malicious school bullying. The police are working quickly to identify them, and an investigation task force is being launched immediately. This task force's first challenge will be to secure the cooperation of law enforcement across all of the prefectures involved.
Greg Chun. Okay, I'm very glad that I get to some clarity on that here in the last minute. So I'm sure the music is going to be loud, so I'm going to notch this down, and then we're going to talk through it. Yeah, what a great game. Hold on just one second, Belle. Okay, there will probably be some names. Oh, there's Sungwon Cho. Wow, he did Tesso. Jeez, he's good. Okay, so I need to not pay attention to the credits. There's Aaron Yvette. Okay, I need to not pay attention to the credits. Lost Judgment is a substantially better game than the first game, and I liked the first game a great deal. To go through some of the topics very quickly, I think one of the easiest topics to move past is mechanically. It feels a lot better. The movement feels better. The combat feels snappier. I remember feeling that the combat was very stiff in the first Judgment, and then over time, as I got a chance to work more with it and you get some upgrades, it sort of picked up and felt more responsive. This game started off feeling pretty responsive and then just got faster and more impactful as you went. So that was very, very well handled, and I remembered saying during the first game, I would have liked to see that maybe just a little bit less input lag, a little bit less animation priority. It still got a hefty dose of animation priority, and on occasion I did call out when I was sort of like animation locked out of doing a counter, but that's not a complaint. It's just the way the system works. If you want to be able to counter, don't get yourself committed to a long animation, and that was something that you picked up, or I picked up as I played through. Secondly, the addition of a third combat style was very, very welcome. I would love to have something in the game that sort of like identified some of the different combos that are available in the different styles. If that exists, I've never seen it, and it takes a lot of experimentation to find out different sort of button presses and timings and so forth to be able to mix up your moves. And I would love it if it had a system more like Ninja Gaiden Black, where you'd like pull open a pause menu and see the different combat animations so that you can try them out and get a better sense for what works best under the different circumstances. I also very much like the shift from restaurant stories into school stories, but we're going to press pause on school stories because we've got a second part to this finale coming up. So we're going to talk about all the school story and the side content in that at the end of that episode. Let's focus in on the main story, which is where I really wanted to dive in. The first Judgment, as we talked about earlier in the playthrough, was billionaire slap fight. It was a land deal between different competing billionaire consortiums and who was going to get to control this very valuable parcel of land, and there was a potential cure for Alzheimer's on the line, and it had elements of it that were personal in that Yagami was investigating a murder, and he had a personal stake in it because it was the murder that had come to end his legal career and set him on the path of being a private detective. But outside of his personal involvement, the case very quickly got very large and it felt rather abstract. And I remember saying as we played, I just don't care which of the billionaires gets the parcel of land. I do care about Yagami and his story, but the specifics of the case were a little bit too broad. This game took it in the complete opposite direction, and although, yes, we do eventually reach a point where the head of this Japanese version of the CIA, public security, is trying to gain control over the pension fund run by the government, that comes very, very late. The overwhelming percentage of this main story is focused on a local high school, on a bullying case, and on a grieving father who failed to do... He looks back on his own relationship with his son, realizes that he failed his son when he needed him the most, told him to toughen up and to stand up to the bullies and to not be a weak, spineless fool, and that his son then committed suicide. And then when Kawana, based on his own failed history of dealing with bullies, came to Ehara and said, I can help you make this right. I can bring you the vengeance that you want, and not only will we bring down I'm not going to be good at the names, I'm just not, but Yakashiba, was that his name? Not only are we going to get him, but I'll help you bring down the entire justice system, and we'll show everyone how corrupt it is. We'll show everyone how it drops people through the cracks. And I talked about this at the time. I talked about this on multiple occasions. What Kuwana is doing is ineffective. It does nothing to deal with the pandemic of bullying. It is vengeance for the sake of making him feel like he can make a difference as he tries to face up to the fact that he wasn't there when he needed to be. So now he's going to circle back around and get all these bullies years after their high school years are behind them. But I do understand why he's doing it. I understand why Ihara does it. I understand why Kusamoto does it. They weren't able to see the agony that their children were in when they needed to. And now they don't know how to go on with their lives. They don't know how to make it better. And they are willing to commit themselves to abhorrent actions in order to find some way to channel that pain into something that they tell themselves is constructive. It's an incredibly engaging story because they are wrong, and yet they are also incredibly sympathetic characters who are suffering. And you understand why they're doing it. And I thought it was so well told, and I was so much more engaged with the story. I did not know what Sawa Sensei's role in the story was. I didn't know. Hold on, we might get a post. No, okay. So just in case there's a post-credit thing, we'll pause here for a second. We'll continue talking, is what I mean. Blah 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 says, "Am I late?" Hello to blah blah blah. Morinda just missed the ending. That would be a significant character moment. Oh, and Morinda says, "I feel like I just missed a significant character moment." Yes, several of them, and hello to you. Yeah, the main story of Lost Judgment was, to me, significantly more engaging, and I enjoyed it tremendously. I without getting into the school story stuff, I also very much like the fact that the side content, like the side missions and stuff, skewed pretty far away from the salacious sexual assault and battery that oftentimes even felt like it was being played for comedy, and instead gave us a much more interesting variety of characters and situations that I thought showed a lot more imagination, a lot more interest. Now, I do want to address something that we talked about at least briefly in the courtroom scene, but to circle back to that, a major part of the main story in Lost Judgment does rely on a woman, a parent, who makes a report that she has been sexually assaulted and is lying. She is being dishonest about the idea that she was sexually assaulted on this train because, from her point of view, she's being blackmailed into it. She does what she needs to in order to protect herself and her family because Mamiya-san is acting with extreme self-interest at all points in the story. She does that when she's videotaping the bullies. She does that when she's still a teenager and she's covering up for the bullies and saying, no, I had nothing to do with it. She does it when Kuwana comes to her and says, if you don't want your secret to get out, you'll do what I say. And then she does it when Kuwana gets even more dirt on her, when she helps to kidnap Shinya Kawai and her face is on camera, and she continues to do it to protect herself and her family, but mostly herself. She's always been self-interested. She's always her moral compass always points at Mamiya, and that includes doing lying about being sexually assaulted so that she can get what she wants. It is what is convenient to her. From a writing like it's not that this can never happen in the real world. In fact, I once saw evidence in a case that had a person who did exactly that. However, when you are writing a fictional story, what you're doing, the ideas that you're presenting, threaten to normalize some of the concepts that you are introducing. How many stories have we seen about sinister corporations that will act with a desire to get profit above any sort of baseline human interest. Now, I would suggest that that is art following life. But in this case, we have something that I think goes to the exact opposite of that, which is it's normalizing the idea that women who report sexual assault should be treated with suspicion. And in this case, what are they trying to get out of it? What's the upshot for this person? How do we know they're telling the truth? And I think that's a super ugly idea to introduce. I feel like that should be treated in the same way that we treat racist tropes. It's not that, like, if you think, I do not want to give any examples. If you think in your mind of a racist trope, it's not that no one in the world exists that might adhere to that. However, that is not an accurate representation of that ethnic background or that culture. Similarly, women who report being sexually assaulted are telling the truth and should be treated as such unless overwhelming evidence is presented to show the opposite of that. So to introduce that as a point of fiction in the story really bothered me, and I sat on that for a while because I wanted to see the story through so that I could talk about it, and I would greatly have preferred that in the Mamiya storyline they could have kept everything exactly the same, but subbed out sexual assault for he grabbed my wallet. It could have been that simple. He grabbed my bag. This man was blackmailing me. It could have been any other crime. It didn't need to be sexual battery. And I will also add in here that this idea of being like sexually assaulted on a subway in Japan, at least here in America, it's something that we hear about as being just endemic. It's just happening all of the time. It's a major problem. And it is probably an example of the writers of the story writing, and just like pointing out here, like putting out there, it could just be that they're writing what they know. They're going to a storyline that is familiar to them, that happens in the real world, and that's where they're going with it. So I don't believe that there was any malice on their part towards women or towards this situation, towards this idea of sexual battery when they wrote this. I'm only saying that, like, from my culture, where I'm coming from, that's looking at it with different eyes, women need to be believed. And I don't like the idea of undercutting their credibility to fit a plot point, a cool plot twist in your fictional detective story. It didn't ruin the game. It's something that I would have liked to have seen done differently. It's frank feedback that I think could have been addressed differently, and I just wanted to put that out there as a point where I don't feel like the quality of the storytelling was as high as it could have been, and it bothered me all the way through. So that's my take on that. I don't want what I just said to be mistaken as disliking the game or the story. I just, let's look at Lost Judgment in its totality. Going on with things that I thought were extraordinarily well done, the duality between Yagami and Kawana was just brilliant. I loved it so much. It took me a long time to come around to it, and I think it was specifically when Ronin made some comment about how Yagami and Kawana could have been brothers. It was sort of like just a one-off anodyne comment, nothing spoiler about it, and it immediately locked in. Oh my God, Yagami and Kawana are the same person, having made slightly different choices. Yagami went to court and successfully defended somebody who the police had dead to rights, having murdered his girlfriend. And when that exonerated killer, when the guy who was exonerated of killing his girlfriend went home. No, sorry, what did he do? Who did he allegedly killed? Sorry. He was accused of having killed an old man that had left an old Alzheimer's patient. That's who it was. And Yagami was able to inject sufficient reasonable doubt into the case that the killer got off, which was an extremely unlikely outcome based on the evidence that they had. And that guy went home and murdered his old girlfriend and lit fire to the apartment. And that ruined Yagami. It destroyed his legal career, not because he was, the guy was innocent of the original crime, but the idea that Yagami had failed to recognize the darkness that lurked in his heart, the fact that he was capable of killing, and I think in the moment Yagami probably did believe that he had committed the original crime, he could no longer go on with the law, but he was still dedicated to the concept of justice. And that's where the Yagami that we know of was born. That's where the Yagami that wears black and white all the time came into his own, and he became a detective. And as a detective, what he dedicated himself to was the delivery of truth. I cannot arbitrate truth anymore. I did that in the courtroom. I did what I earnestly believed was right, and I was wrong. But what I can do is deliver the truth to others so that they can do what I failed to do. And that's what he dedicates his life to. Now, Kuwana also failed to stop someone from being killed. Kuwana had the opportunity as a teacher to stop the bullying, and he said, oh, well, just don't let it go too far. It's fine. I'm sure it's just horsing around. And a student under his care, under his protection, wound up throwing himself off the roof of the building. Okay, I guess he didn't die. He went into a coma, but he failed to stop the suicide attempt, and he took that very personally. But instead of dedicating himself to a life of truth, he dedicated himself to a life of vengeance. The justice system failed to stop this. I was part of it. I failed to stop it. So now I'm going to do whatever I need to deliver justice. And instead of dedicating himself to truth, he went after vengeance. Yagami and Kuwana have extremely similar points in their lives, but where Yagami pivots towards delivery of truth, Kuwana goes on a much, much darker path and says, now I get to decide what is right and wrong because I failed before, so now I'm going to set out to do things right from now on. And that mirror relationship between the two of them, I thought was so well handled, including, I don't think anybody in the story ever directly points it out, but I really, really liked it. So those are a few things. We will talk about the school stories in our next finale. I love the fact that it's a two-part finale. But after we see all of that through, some of it I'm sure that you've heard, some of it that you might not have, but it almost felt like a second game that was attached to this one. Just spoiler alert, I really, really enjoyed the school stories as well. I would not have seen them through if I didn't feel that way, but I have, in some ways, some even harsher criticisms of that, some of which, again, you've heard. Is there anything else we want to cover? And then I'm going to read through chat. I'm going to read through all the comments that have come in. I like to try to formulate my thoughts first and then read through so that we can see what others, how others have reacted. The skateboard was nice. I liked having a faster way to get around town. I like the popularity. It was fun. It was just like a little thing that Yagami could do. Gosh, anything else? Oh, well, I guess one thing, I really, really, really did not think that Sawa Sensei was going to die. I wasn't sure what her part in the story was, but I really did not think that she was going to get killed. That legitimately was shocking. I thought that Soma, here's another thought. Soma, way better villain than Cane Guy. Does anybody in chat remember Cane Man from the first Judgment? I do. He was a character that just showed up. Hello, I fight with a cane. And then Yagami had to fight him like 7 times. To this day, not entirely sure how he was related to the story. He was just like a special dude who got brought in for Yagami to fight because it turned out they realized that they needed like a mid-boss. And then they realized they needed like the same guy to be like 4 mid-bosses. He sucked real hard. In this game, like if we consider that Kuwana was actually the boss, the mirror universe Yagami that needed to be taken down, then Soma was sort of the mid-boss. Sort of, I don't know, but he was way more charismatic. He had a way bigger part in the story. I wasn't a fan of oh no, I think Kaito might be dead, but as a shocking twist, that you know what that did? when Soma comes in and he goes to stab, we all know the scene. He goes to stab Kaito and then succeeds on his second try, and Kaito goes down like it's cutscene death, right? It's cutscene damage. It's the damage that actually counts. That was really shocking. And what it did was it introduced the idea in my head that anytime Soma's on screen, no one's safe. Because if he could take down Kaito, he could murder anyone. And when he shot Akane, was that her name? I really thought that she was dead. Like, I really believed that she was dead. The fact that it was a paint gun was like a reverse twist. So, yeah, I thought that Soma was way better as being a central villain than Kane Guy. And I thought that Kawana was ultimately more effective than Matt Mercer. I don't remember the character's name, but Matt Mercer played the voice of the dude in the first game that was like a central figure. And I thought the fight in this one was way more fun as well, owing probably to the better fight mechanics. Anything else? I might think of something more, but let's read through chat. This is, again, our one and only chance to talk about everything and anything Judgment related. So I'm just scrolling back to the GGs. Blah, 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 asked if I'm late. Marinda said, I do prefer stories which have compelling and understandable villains and antagonists, not just I'm going to be evil because I'm evil. Auspicious Angel implying that women who report assault should always be taken at face value and never doubted. Yes. I mean, I think that here's my specific answer to that if you want all of the nuance to it. I think that when a woman reports that she's been sexually assaulted, that should be investigated to the fullest extent of what is possible, and that they should absolutely be believed. Absolutely. Fox McCloud says, I believe innocent until proven guilty. I believe in believing women, and like, here's the thing. If a woman comes forward and says, this person sexually assaulted me, and there's absolutely no corroborating evidence, I do not believe that as a function of law, that is sufficient to convict. However, I do believe that if a woman comes in and says, I have been sexually assaulted and I'm not sure what evidence I can provide to prove that, they should receive all of the available assistance from law enforcement, from advocacy groups, and that they should absolutely be believed, and it should be pursued as though a crime has taken place. I think that the idea that women are turned away or dissuaded or disbelieved is loathsome. So that is my position on that. As a function of law, a conviction may not be possible. However, the investigation should absolutely take place. So Sam Lynn is saying there was overwhelming evidence in this case, but it really needs to be there. Marinda's saying, so 2 to 10% of false accusations is too small a percentage to use as a plot point in fiction. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Marinda. We'll go on. Sam Melander says, for me, the problem is that the 2% false negative rate leads to a 98% unbelief or disbelief in women. Yeah, I mean, like, that would be the idea. Here's the thing. The idea that false crimes are sometimes reported is not an excuse to stop investigating crimes. And it's not an excuse to stop reporting crimes or to disbelieve victims. Hopefully I'm being as clear on that as I possibly can be. Drian is saying it's a matter of responsible representation, Marinda. If you're going to touch on sensitive, real world, and rarely approached subjects, the way you present them and the ideas you put out there hold a lot more weight than many think. Oh, and like on that note, because again, this came up during the courtroom scene, very specifically, on the plot point of the Mamiya-san stuff, the Mamiya-san like false allegation of sexual assault, I really, really, really would have wanted a combination of Sari-san, Genda, and Mafiu to address that directly and say, to say things like, it never would have occurred to me to mistrust her because of all of the other cases that we've been involved with. Genda specifically has been in the law longer than some of these other characters have been alive. So I think that it would have been extremely helpful to have him step forward and say, it never would have occurred to us to disbelieve Mamiya because because we've been involved in these other cases. I've seen these go around. She was as credible as any other person that we've ever worked with, and we know those convictions took place. So if the plot point is to be introduced, then also we can have characters operating within the fiction who acknowledge how remote and far-fetched that idea is. That's one of the ways that it could have been addressed. Okay, so Marinda is posting links to something called nsvrc.org, so we'll let that stand. Ronan is saying to add to that, I was playing through at the same time as Angel, so I didn't know the plot yet. Oh yeah, Ronan, there was no spoiler attached to it. Like, I really mean that. Yeah, no, that was a fine comment. Dren says the vast majority of rape victims who have already undergone something horrific and are then treated as liars, as if it's their responsibility to prove the perpetrator's guilt rather than the perpetrator's responsibility to prove themselves innocent. It doesn't matter even if it is 10%. That means the remaining 90% are treated as liars at best and malicious life ruiners at worst when they have been victimized already. Yeah, just again, it's not that false reports can never happen or don't happen in real life. The trouble is treating that as being the norm when even the people advocating for consideration of that fact are saying that at maximum it's 10%. Like, again, it's not that there's not a point to be made there. It's the point that the crime, it should be investigated as a crime. If a conviction cannot be secured, so be it. But the woman should not be treated as a liar unless proven otherwise. If the woman is proven to be a liar, then in that case, there should be charges pressed against her for filing the false report. I believe that, like, the goal is to get to the truth, and you start there by believing the people who say they're telling you the truth. You investigate it. Sam Lander says it's always the job of prosecutors to prove the crime was committed, not the job of criminals to prove they didn't. That said, prosecutors should fucking believe victim statements. Yes. Marinda's saying, and false accusations taken at face value can and does ruin lives. This includes murder accusations, robbery accusations, embezzlement accusations, and sexual assault allegations. Think of the recent Johnny Depp scandal. I've like, on rare occasions, like, raised that. I do not understand the Johnny Depp scandal. Like, I don't know what happened there. And, like, there's been a defamation lawsuit. I don't get it. So I will not weigh in on that at all. Marinda says, think of swatting, for example. Like, so Marinda, what should happen there is that the people who call in the false SWAT reports, the false, like, hostage situations should be prosecuted. And are when they can be found. And that's exactly the way that should go. However, like, should police stop showing up to reported hostage situations because they're like, oh, it's probably just a swatting? After all, upwards of 5% of reports come out to be false. And that's a number I just made up, by the way. It belies belief that we should stop investigation or stop responding to reported crimes because, after all, there is a minuscule chance that they turn out to not be crimes. So there's some more conversation in here. Dren saying false accusations are terrible, but so is rape. To add being assumed to be a liar and being demonized because of it on top of the first trauma has ruined many more lives. Yes, very, that is the side that I come down on very strongly. Sam Leonard saying if it's 10% false and 90% true, go with the 90% and ferret out the sociopathic 10%. Yes, that's the thing. Here's the thing. No one in chat on this topic, which I might again point out was raised by the game, not by us. No one in chat is advocating that people should be thrown in prison or suffer other legal consequences because an accusation has been made. Like the side that you're hearing from is the one that says that if a crime is reported, it should be treated as a crime, not met with raised eyebrows and disbelief and a bunch of second guessing. Well, how were you dressed? Things like that. We can investigate it as a crime. So let me just scroll through here. Dren says, I have multiple people in my own life that have been doubted, questioned, even nearly disowned by their parents because they were raped and then assumed to be liars. It can leave tremendous damage in its wake. Gromfy is saying... Oh, gosh. Hold on. Because I missed part of it. Gromfy says, Drienne, I'm with you. But, quote, it's the perpetrator's responsibility to prove themselves innocent. That's a hard no for me. It is correct that it's virtually impossible to prove a negative. So, like, but I understand where Drienne is coming from, and much like I think that we all understand where Drienne is coming from, which is you want to. I just said it, that we want to investigate. Only the mid boss from Disgaea says Samalander. Ronan says, just adding to the chat going on here, everyone believed the victim without a shred of doubt until there was contradictory evidence. Oh, that's a good point, Ronan. That is a very good point, that within the fiction of Lost Judgment, the system worked as it should have. Mamiya said, this man sexually assaulted me. They were grabbed by others who we discovered in the court case. I didn't realize this, by the way, that the people that grabbed him were also co-conspirators. Yagami introduced that. That had not come up prior to that scene that I remembered. So anyway, there's that. But yeah, was grabbed. Ehara was prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It frankly disturbed me when at one point it was like, oh, if only he shows contrition, he'll be let off with a warning or like probation. I don't remember what it was, but I guess he was like an active duty police officer, so maybe that was like some mitigating circumstances for him. No, like, sorry, but no, the punishment should have been more severe. But it is true, as Ronan says, that within the fiction of the universe, everyone believed her until there was contradictory evidence brought out. It's only the fact that and I'll also throw in there to go on with what Ronan says. No one in the fiction says, oh, we should have known. Oh, another liar. Like, it's not like that either. So it's one of the reasons why I don't perceive there to be any malice in the storytelling, only that I would have liked it underscored by the characters how shockingly uncommon this would be. So with that, let me just scroll back again. But I thought that Ronan brought up a really good point. I doubt the devs would be advocating for anything other than believing victims. Yeah, and there is, in my view, a very sharp difference. I feel like the main story and some of the side content were written by not only different people, but like different teams. Because, again, we'll talk about the side content later on. But yeah, no, Ronan is... I am responding to something that I would have liked to see handled differently in the story because of how it could be read by the audience. However, that's different from saying that the writers were malicious in their handling of it. Like I really do feel like those are two very different topics, and I'm absolutely with Ronan on that read of what their intent was. All right, so let's continue to go through. I like that Ronan is red. It gives me like a nice bookmark. Sam says a couple of deep breaths. Brienne is saying, I just mean that a victim should be treated... Oh, so a victim should not be treated as a criminal to begin with. Yes, 100% agreed. And I think that most in the chat will agree with that. Sam says, it feels weird to be on the same side... To be on the same side as an argument with you. Yeah, it's refreshing, isn't it? Drienne... Then again, I agree with Drienne a whole bunch. I have people... Oh, that was that comment. We read that one. Yeah, as Drienne says, we're on the same side as most things. I don't think you could possibly believe that I would argue the counterpoint to the Samalander. You know me better than that, I hope. Yeah, no, I think that everybody understands what was meant. In any conversation, like I'm on the mic right now. Have I, during this commentary right here, said something that when I listen back to it will sound very different than how it's intended? Probably. That's just how communication works. Sometimes you are looking for ways to express yourself, and then when it's read back, it's like, oh, that didn't come out quite the way that I meant. Drienne, no worries. Everybody understands where you're coming from. Samler says everybody needs due process. Drienne says, yet the first questions to rape victims are accusatory right from the start, about 90% of the time. Yeah, that is where we get into the believe women. I keep calling it like the believe women movement. Hopefully it's more than just a movement. It's, we'll go on with that. Grumpy says, in other news, apparently Costco needs to put limits on how many 83-inch TVs one can purchase. Wow, is that really true? And Sam Leonard saying, look, just because you want to wallpaper your house in TVs doesn't mean you can get them all. Also on swatting, I've talked to my local police about it and the risk to me of it. And also my ISP. Really? God, it's never possibly occurred to me that we might get swatted. I guess I just don't think that I'm big enough for anybody to care about. But yeah, no, Sam Leonard, that's not a bad idea to say, like, you know, I'm a streamer. It might be helpful for them to know. Hey, if you ever need to know if there's a hostage situation, go to twitch.tv/Samalander, and if you see me playing Factorio, I'm probably fine. Dougler says Amber Heard. Okay, so this is Dougler recounting this. Again, I've tried to follow some of this, and in general, my eyes glaze over whenever we're discussing celebrities, and that's no shade on Dougler. It's just, I just don't understand this. So I'll read aloud what Dougler says. Dougler says, Amber Heard lied, manipulated a video of Johnny reacting to her abuse and taunting, as well as Amber Heard beat him. She also did makeup to make it look like she had a black eye and used those things in their separation. If that's all what happened, then I would support the prosecution of Amber Heard. If there's a different side to it that I don't know to present here, then that would change my opinion on it. Dran says, my phrasing was incorrect. I meant the investigation should be into whether the perpetrator committed the crime or not, rather than if the victim is lying or not. There's a difference. Yes. And specifically the difference in those 2 points, I think that's very well stated. And the difference is who's being investigated, the perpetrator, the accused perpetrator, or the victim. And I suggest that the accused perpetrator should be investigated first. Miranda says, that sounds very reasonable. I guess it depends on what people mean. I agree with taking accusations seriously and don't assume lying. Okay, so we're all on the same page. I don't agree with they cannot be lying, since it depends on I guess it depends on what believe all women is supposed to mean. The first thing, don't assume lying. It is that simple. It is absolutely that simple. Drienne says it means you should approach from a place of telling them the truth to begin with 100% of the time, then proceed to investigate the crime, not that the accused should be instantly sent to prison. Yes, absolutely. Morinda says that's a different perspective than what I've seen happen in social media. Maybe it was malicious actors misrepresenting. The issue, Morinda, is that social media is not operating as the law does or should. Social media frequently jumps to the worst imaginable interpretation of events and then runs with it as though it was truth. I have on this stream, I think during Lost Judgment, fallen victim to saying something about, like, oh my God, they put up, like, I read that they put up a censored version of, I think it was Birds of Prey, it turned out to be, and presented that as being the only available version. It turned out to be a mistake. It was just a mistake. It was just a listing mistake, and it was fixed. But social media jumped all over that and made it sound like HBO was censoring Birds of Prey. I think it was Birds of Prey. And that wasn't what had happened at all. Social media is not to be confused with the way the legal system works. If the legal system worked like social media does, we'd all be fucked. I think it's wise to say, let's stop and look into things and conduct a reasonable, clear-eyed investigation, which is the only thing that anyone in chat is talking about. Then Goofy is saying they cannot be lying is a reductio ad absurdum fallacy by people who don't believe women at all or attribute malice every time. Very well stated. And Miranda's saying it's not reductio ad absurdum when there have been literal witch hunts conducted. I would need, and we're not going to be able to get into it here, I would need examples of the witch hunts conducted. And Ruination Ronin's social media is the extreme which you don't want to be. Yeah, very true. So, and Ronin says never give out witch address. I missed that. So anyway, that is the sort of conversation that comes in understandably, when there's a plot point like this entered into a game like this. And again, I don't object to the existence of the plot point. I don't mean marginally, but I mean like my objections fall to how it was presented, and I feel like with a couple small tweaks, it could have been presented much more constructively. Like, you get to have your plot point, but it doesn't come off as being potentially exploitative. I believe in fiction and in social media, you simply cannot be responsible for what the stupidest and most malicious actors in the world are going to choose to believe. You just can't. Twitter is an ongoing daily reminder that the most anodyne, harmless comment can be read as malicious sociopathy if you just choose to do so and spread it far and wide and loud enough. Let's choose not to do that. That's sort of like, we can't control Twitter. We can't control social media. What we can do is say, when a topic like this is raised in a game like this, offer as little room for ambiguity as is reasonable. We don't need Mafiu stepping on screen like she's Captain America in Spider-Man and saying, "Hey everyone, I just wanted to make it clear." We don't need that. We just need the characters in the story to acknowledge that this is a very, very unusual turn of events. And that's it. Like, I feel like I've sort of spun my wheels on this. I cannot think of a single other thing to say about the main story. And if I do think of anything, the good news is we've got a second part to our finale coming up. Is it really 8 o'clock? This is fantastic. Drienne, Ronan, Groomfy, anybody else that's in chat, can anybody see if JV McMaster or Mia are online? Because I believe that they are getting set up for everybody in Central Time Zone is saying it's only 7. So it's 8 p.m. Eastern. Can anybody check to see if Mia is live? I actually didn't think we'd make it to 8 p.m., but I would love to raid over to her if possible. So to continue that thought, if I do think of anything additional that I'd want to say about the main story, we do have another swing at this with the second part of our finale, which is probably going to be much shorter. For the next part of our finale, we will be coming back into the game, at least I hope we can come back into the game, to finish up the school stories. We have done all of the school clubs. The last thing that was left to be done was to go meet with Amasawa and to uncover the truth of who the professor is. I have no idea how long that is going to take, but what we're going to do is section off a good chunk of time so that we can dive into that together. And then once that's done, we'll have a conversation about the other half of the game, which was the school stories. That said, let me just take a look through here. I didn't do very many Total Town Go missions. The playtime reads as 73 hours. Is it even possible that it was, because there's 2 zeros there. Guys, did I actually finish this game at 73 hours on the dot? Is that possible? That'd be super awesome if that's what happened. I traveled 207 kilometers. I earned 5,500,000 yen. I spent 4,300,000 yen, which I really like the fact that I spent that much. 273 encounters, 1,460 enemies defeated. I used 445 EX actions. Yeah, most of those were when I got knocked down and I pressed triangle and Yagami did a handstand and did a lot of damage to the guy. That was probably 200 of those. School stories completed 2 out of 10. What the fuck are you talking about? That can only represent that I did 2 parts of the Amasawa storyline, because I finished off every other storyline. So I don't know why it's saying that. Side cases completed 27 of 42. No idea where the rest of those are. Girlfriends, 0 of 1. Oh, it's the story of my life. 0 of 1 potential girlfriends. No, actually these days that's 1 of 1, isn't it? Skills learned, 141 out of 184, and the total completion, 40%. Eat shit, Lost Judgment. Okay, so I'm going to press circle, and then hopefully we'll have a chance to save it. Oh, hold on. I've unlocked Legend difficulty. Oh, let me turn it back up just in case anything happens. Hold on 1 second. Okay, just in case there's any post-game commentary here, I've been given 500,000 yen, Premium New Game Plus, Premium Adventure, and then Legend difficulty. Press circle. Okay, cool. We get another save point. Yeah, let me just do a new save. Like, why wouldn't you? Just in case. Oh, no, it just kicks you back out to the menu. Okay, so... that is, well, I guess before we break, I would just very much like to make sure that I can jump back in. Yeah, just continue. What is Premium Adventure? Explore the cities while unencumbered by the main story. Well, I've already done that. Let's hit continue, and explore the city. No. Okay, let me go in here, because we've got lots of different save points. I want to make sure that I can do the school stories. Changing the clock. Well, maybe I'll do that. Okay, hold on. I can go in here. I can go to school diary. Yeah, guys, just so that you know, all of these check marks that said that I did it, I did 2 of 10. Literally no idea what you're talking about. You know what? You know what? Rather than try to puzzle this out right now, I just want to make sure that if I go to the high school, we'll be able to get in there. What's faster? Oh, I'm not even in the right city. Yuck. All right, let's head down here. Fox McCloud is saying that I'm reading this. Mr. Angel was quoted as saying, "Eat shit, Lost Judgment," and with that we can assume how he really felt about playing the game. Explore the city unencumbered by the main story. So free mode, I'm thinking. Yeah, as Sam Linder says, it's gotta be the Mystery Research Club. The only question outstanding is what action do I need to take to access the school stories? And if it's loading a pre-end of game save, then we'll do that. But let's go directly to Serio High School. We're not going to do it. I just want to make sure if it's possible. All right, let me go in here. Yep, okay, so now it's available. Okay, so that settles that. We don't have to worry about it. So, yeah, as advertised, when we come back for... I've not saved manually. No, that's fine. When we come back for the second part of our finale, that will be episode 25, and we will be finishing up the school stories. I am going to take a quick look to see if some combination of Doc Limitless, JV McMaster, or Mia are live, and if not, then we might find somebody else to raid because I actually have to stop. I didn't think that we'd make it until 8 p.m. And that's going to do it. In the event that this is the last that we don't get all of you back for the second part of the finale, thank you guys all so much for joining me, and we will close on a topic that I talked about the other day. This playthrough was done in memory of Tashir Razay, a very, very good friend of the stream who had been a huge fan of the original playthrough, was very much looking forward to Judgment, and as we talked about before, this playthrough was delayed because when the game came out, he was very ill, and he has since passed away, and we miss him every day. And Tashir's accounts, in some cases, remain active, and I will continue to go to his Twitch channel to watch the clips that are there, and it is amazing to see him in what appears to be real time. Like, those clips are not old, but he was so alive and he was so vibrant and had that deep, full-throated laugh, and he made everyone feel so welcome. And He loved watching the original Judgment and was so anxious. He was so excited to see that there was a PC release on the way. We're also friends with Tashir, and every once in a while, like during a Steam sale, I'll be flipping through like different games, and it'll be like, oh, this was on Tashir's wish list. And it's easy to remember how much he meant to us by looking at all of the additional things that he just didn't have an opportunity to do. And I do not have any information about what waits for us after this. What I can say is that if there exists a possibility that Tashir was able to see this playthrough from wherever he is, I would want him to know that he is never forgotten, that we will be playing games and missing his presence in our streams and missing our ability to watch his streams for as long as tongue can tell. I will be missing him for as long as I can envision, and that will include many, many future playthroughs, but this one in particular, the transition from 2021 into 2022 and the choice of this game to be the first game that we played here in 2022 was very much born out of that. I feel like grief is often described as a burden, and I'd like to think that, like most burdens, it's something that is more easily handled when you have others to shoulder the load. So to the extent that others in chat now, or others who watch this in the future, also miss Tashir, I hope that knowing that that is shared on this side of the microphone helps at least a little, and that he is a presence that we all miss a great deal. And that is the way that I wanted to close out on this rainy alleyway with Yagami making friends with a cat. That we've had a lot of laughs, we've had a lot of adventures, a lot of sort of explosive fight scenes and stuff like that, but Tashir has always been close in our hearts during this, and that is where we will leave that topic for now. So that's it. And you can probably envision that that's why I wanted that to be the last thing that we said. So hopefully it's not too much of a tonal whiplash to find somebody else who's playing a fun game. Tashir loved games. He loved the community here on Twitch. So it will always be a way to honor him, to find others in the community that we can uplift and celebrate with, and to find additional games. It is the way that he loved to live his life, at least one of the ways, and it's one of the ways that we can continue to remember him. So in that spirit, we will now go find somebody else fun to raid, and we'll see you again in the days to come for part 2 of our Lost Judgment finale. It'll probably be marked as an epilogue, because I feel like that is fitting, given the fact that we finished the main story. And until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.